Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting of Monday, January the 27th. Thank you, everyone, for attending with us this evening. I do wish to begin by acknowledging that we are holding this meeting on the traditional lands of the Sooke Nation. So for members of the public here today, as well as council, we do have a pretty large agenda to get through. We started at 5 and we will need to reconvene back into our closed portion. So council, your help tonight is going to be greatly appreciated to help us all stay on track. You're all very familiar with Robert's rules, our own procedural bylaw. So as we are in a regular meeting, please ensure that every item has a motion on the floor. Once it's seconded, we can speak to it. And if you're seeing any repetitions or we're getting stuck, a point of order would be appreciated just to help us moving along. Sometimes your chair tends to get a bit sidetracked, so it'd be good to get us out of here at a reasonable hour. For members of the public, your opportunity to speak tonight would be at the start when we get to public input. We do have 10 minutes allocated there. We allow 2 minutes per each speaker, and I'll be keeping the time there just out of fairness so we can get to as many speakers as possible. So on that note, we'll get into the meeting around 8 o'clock or so. We will recess for a health break. And if we're still in this room by 10 o'clock at that time, we will likely ask our staff to let us know what is time sensitive that needs to be resolved tonight. Otherwise, we'll be looking to push any remaining items into an upcoming agenda so that we're not here past midnight, unless, of course, you prefer to be, but probably not. So just going on everyone's attendance in the past. So on that note, I'll stop talking and call for approval of today's agenda with inclusion of the supplemental pieces, please. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Pearson. All those in favor, please. That's carried unanimously. Here for adoption tonight are meeting minutes from our regular council of January the 13th, as well as the committee of the whole of January the 20th. Adoption of minutes, please, by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Beddoes. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. So that leads us into our delegation section, of which we have one tonight, 5.1, which is the Sun River Community Garden Society. Yes, we're still growing food, lots of food. We have a presentation tonight by Kimberly Elkis, if I've said that right, and Michael Desjardins. Is that correct? From the Sun River Community Gardens. So please come forward, and if you could please turn on the microphone. And once you're started, our staff will begin the timer. We have 5 minutes set aside for this evening. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity. My name is Kimberly Elkis, and with me I have. Can you just speak in the mic?
It's okay.
This is my first time using this. I said it looks like a thermometer, but I don't think it is. So we'd like to provide you with an update as to what's been happening at the gardens over the last few years. We understand that the license agreement will be on your agenda in the next little while, and we thought there's a number of new council members as well, and it would be a good opportunity to get a good overview as to what's been happening at the Sun River Gardens. So we shall begin. So we became a society in 2021, and we estimate that we've grown over $200,000 worth of organic produce since we became a society, which is approximately $50,000 every year worth of organic produce. We estimate that we grow over 10,000 pounds of organic produce for ourselves, for our families, and also for our community. Who's growing all this food? There's approximately 170 Sooke residents that have plots and grow food at the gardens. It's important to stress that approximately 40% live in stratas and multi-residentials, which we understand there's an issue to grow food in those homes. And we have a great mix of families, individuals, seniors, and quite a few newcomers. We had quite a few newcomers due to the pandemic and also the increase in the Sooke population. A lot of people wanting to grow food. This is a drone view of what the Sun River Community Gardens looks like. This is a recent image, which would be helpful if someone's looking at it up close, of course. This is an example of some of the allotment plots that we have. Each plot holder is allowed to build what they like within the plots and grow what they like, and they're all quite unique and individual. The sweat equity to grow all the food. Maintaining the gardens is definitely a year-round labor-intensive commitment, and we invest over 400 hours every year to maintain the gardens. And the list of the types of tasks that we do ongoing throughout the year are listed there. Every year, the gardeners dedicate over 30,000 hours to grow food in their allotment plots, and also in the spaces that we have allocated to grow food just for our Grow for Sooke program. This is an example of a work bee that we had in 2024. The volunteers installed a new greenhouse, irrigation lines, and created new beds and new soil. We also planted 50 veggie starts for the Grow for Sooke program. Some of the major projects since 2021, we were fortunate to get a community grant from the district to update our Buddy Boat Kids area. And we're also fortunate to get some private funding for a new greenhouse and all of the components that came with that new greenhouse. Some other major projects in 2021, these were funded by member plot fees at a projected cost of about $7,000, a couple new gates, a new ramp, and a new fence. Some of the challenges we face are not unusual for a community garden. We have definitely a long wait list, issues with theft, people taking food from the plots, unfortunately, and also people coming into the gardens with their dogs and leaving little gifts of poop around the garden. How does Sun River Community Gardens support our local community? We support the local community with our plot holders. We spend approximately $20,000 every year at local businesses. And this is a list of the typical items that gardeners spend at local businesses. Our society, we spend on average $6,000 every year within the Sooke community. And again, this is a list of the types of expenditures we have to maintain and operate the gardens. Supporting local organizations. In 2021, we changed our Grow a Row program for Grow for Sooke, and we now have 600 square feet of garden space dedicated exclusively to grow food for our community. And the photos you see there are the actual spaces within the garden. They're just being rested for the winter time. In 2024, our Grow for Sooke volunteers, we grew and donated over 40% more organic produce to our community, substantial increase over the year. And that took over 1,000 volunteer hours for gardeners to grow that food for our community. This is an example of the increase in some of the produce that we grew, potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, cabbage, quite a substantial increase in a number of the different produce categories. In 2024, our volunteers delivered produce every week to both Meals on Wheels and Sooke Shelter. And the photos you see here are actual examples of some of the produce that were delivered on a weekly basis. And some of our happy volunteers, you can see their smiling faces there. These are a couple testimonials from Meals on Wheels and Sooke Shelter. I'll just pause if you want to have a quick read through that. And we'll keep growing food. Sun River Community Garden Society and our dedicated gardeners, we're committed to managing this beautiful, bountiful piece of land that the District of Sooke owns. And with your ongoing support, we will continue to increase Sooke's food security by growing healthy organic food for ourselves, for our families, and for the community. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Just to note, if you could hold on the applause, we just try to create a neutral space here. But it was well received, though. Thank you for the presentation. I managed to find a drawing of the original vision of the garden, and I thought that you might be interested in it just to see how things have evolved and what was sort of sketched out back in the day. So if you're okay, I'll obtain your email information from our staff, and then I can just have this scanned and sent to you.
Thank you.
Just for your own interest, you might find that interesting.
Thank you.
But thank you for the drone footage, because then you can see how it overlays.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'll ask members of council if there's any questions of our delegation tonight. We do understand that there will be a new license to occupy coming forward at a later date, so that'll be a time where we'll get into a more robust discussion. But as noted by the delegation, it was to provide us with some information in advance. Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
I'll just make a comment and say thank you very much for continuing the great tradition of Sun River, founded, of course, in 2005 or 8, thereabouts, by Maywell Wickham designed that property, Phoebe Dunbar and Sooke Food Chi. And thank you for this update and let us know that it's growing, continuing.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
2011. Well, that's when this was drawn, but it doesn't mean that That's when this was drawn. I think it was a bit earlier. Okay, thank you very much for your time with us tonight and happy growing.
Do I turn this off?
We can turn it off. Thank you. Okay, next up is item 6, which is our report of the Chief Administrative Officer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The purpose of this report today wasn't to deep dive into all of these initiatives. It was just to keep the momentum going from the strategic priorities document that council endorsed at the end of last year, and just to give council and the community a peek into how we're proposing on reporting out on this on the council strategic plan. The framework that we're proposing using will provide a mechanism to continue transparent monitoring, keeping council, staff, and the community informed of the progress we're making on the strategic priorities. It maintains accountability, which will support council and staff in tracking our progress towards achieving these established goals, and maintains our operational focus. As you know, there's lots of areas we could get into, and way more work than staff capacity. So maintaining the strategic priorities identified by council as our top priorities is this document is the goal of this is to help us maintain that, provide clarities and enhance operational efficiencies. So that we can deliver the services that the community and council has directed us to. So based on this, the next formal check-in will be in June, where the plan would be to fully flush out the attached document there and do a more fulsome report at a potential committee of the whole meeting where we can have a lot of engagement on each of the initiatives and deliverables and provide a fulsome update on where these are at. And then as well do an update again before the end of the year. The goal of the framework is to, like, as I mentioned, include the strategic priorities, provide a status update, and where possible, include as many metrics and milestones in there. So, as you know, what gets measured gets, reported out on. So that is a big focus for us, is to continue to have these stats and facts and report back out on the progress we've made through these initiatives. Just as our initial take on this, I want to thank staff. They spent a lot of time over December to flesh out and provide some deliverables of how the work that is currently underway to achieve council's priorities. And to date, at least so far, again, this is a live document, so more will be added and changed to this as we progress. So far, we have 101 unique initiatives underway in some capacity or identified anyways. 10 have been completed. 75% are in progress. There's a few on hold, 5% on hold, and 10% are not started at this time. So like as I mentioned, I wasn't planning on kind of providing a massive detailed report on all of these initiatives here. It was just to provide this framework to council and the community, get any feedback if this is something you think will meet your needs, and then basically continue to work with the departments and staff on this and do a more fulsome report in June.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gray. And just for anyone's interest, this does reference the Highway 14 in Idlemore intersection, and we received news that the province has postponed that. So it's in this report, but this has been at time of writing. It was a go, but the latest is that it has been postponed and a new time and date will be announced by the province. That's all I know. Councillor St. Pierre.
I want to thank you for the framework. First of all, I had questions as I was going along, and most were answered as I kept on reading, so that was really impressive and good. But I didn't seem to catch, and I'm not sure, is there anything on there about advocacy work around the e-com thing, and specifically around what Mr. Curry, the big utility tax, and trying to find some better funding model and doing advocacy work on that level in terms of the cell phones and utilities thing? So I don't think I saw that, and I'm wondering about that. I have a further question after that.
Through your worship, to Councillor St. Pierre. That's exactly why we're kind of here, to make sure to see if there's anything we've missed. Full disclosure, for sure, the council advocacy piece has not been fully fleshed out. I anticipate trying to do that with council before the June deliverable. We focus mostly on the staff ones based on timing, and I was away for the month of December there. So my plan would be before June is to meet with council and flesh out the advocacy pieces and identify any gaps. And for sure, obviously, ECOM will be a big piece of that.
Perfect. My second question was around lots of mentions of cycling Or at least not lots, but some. There was something in there. Love to see the work around the bike racks with businesses and so on. I was curious as to whether or not there would be any metric to determine whether or not improvements in cycling infrastructure, including bike racks, shelters, and who knows what else, making the roads safer, would actually result in more bicycles being used for transportation. Do we have any metrics that we can put in place for that? Maybe getting some expert opinion from the Victoria Cycling Coalition. I'm not sure how to do this, but I suggest that we do want this to happen. Putting it in there somehow would be good.
For sure, that's definitely not a metric we identified, but that's something that we can work through and confirm a way to start tracking that. And obviously, we want to make sure we have accurate data there. So
Thank you.
Councillor McMath?
When we come back to review the strategic plan, can you also bring other projects that staff are working on that are not listed as priorities in the strategic plan?
for sure.
Thank you.
Anything else? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, thank you very much for this report. Incredibly detailed description of what's ahead for the District of Sooke in multiple, 101 categories. So I had questions about a few of them, and they're not necessarily the major ones, but this one seems major. The Emergency Management 3-year plan under Sustainable Growth and Environmental Stewardship to be presented to Council by June. I was curious about that. If anyone can tell me some details, perhaps through you to our fire chief. Well, the Emergency Management 3-year plan.
So currently through a third-party contractor, we are in the final steps of the actual actions and the initial first draft of what that plan is going to look like.
Okay, thank you. I see under brand relevant design guidelines, a visual identity and style guide. And I was curious whether that's different from the town center design guidelines, for example.
Through your worship to Councillor Bateman, yes, so that's communication strategy and visual guideline style guide from a comms perspective.
Gateway feature at Connie Road, I assume that is.
Correct, acknowledging this is a request that's been come up from the community on several occasions, just acknowledging that that's something that we'd have to price out this year for council's consideration in the 2026 budget year. But just acknowledging there will be a little bit of legwork that would have to be achieved this year for that work to come forward next year.
And would there be excuse me, I wasn't necessarily listening as closely as I should have. But did you say there would be public input into the design of whatever the Welcome to Sooke sign will look like?
I would seek council direction on what that scope, what we'd want that scope of work to look like. So.
Moving on here, the seasonal adornment program, so Wadham's Way lighting over Christmas, and we did receive some letters from downtown businesses interested in retaining lighting in the core as well. Can both things be done?
Through your worship, that is certainly the hope. So we had a bit of pivot points this year with some of the lease arrangements with Skyline, but hopefully those should be sort of fleshed out this year in time for next year's holiday season.
Under community safety and well-being, I see you've not included speed reader boards, and I really would like to see those both in this plan and also operational on Grant Road West. It wasn't tonight, at least. Couple more items. Parks Yard renovation. I don't think I've heard about that to date. Curious about that.
Through the worship to Councillor Bateman, I can speak to that. So that's just part of Ms. Luke is going to speak to it as part of the 2025 capital budget conversation. So if most people maybe have noticed, if you've driven by the Parks Yard, it's an old trailer that is very dilapidated, and they've been working through started last year, will carry on to this year of doing a renovation to make that space more safe and functional for staff that use it down there. So that's what that's referring to.
And I'll close off in this section with the Community Investment Program, which is under Organizational Development and Capacity Building. Can you tell me about it?
Sure. So that program, through your worship to Councillor Bateman, is something that Christina has been speaking about too as well. So this is kind of a revamp of our sponsorship community grant program and just rebranding it based on the asks and the requests that staff get and council have to consider on a yearly basis. Timely to just put the tools down and present a more sustainable model to council on how we can manage these conversations going forward and seek direction from council later this year on what that could look like. 2025 status quo, but definitely the plan would be to get some direction for council to revamp this and relaunch it before the end of the year here. So that's what that program is about.
Thank you. So my final comment regards the strategic priority progress reporting under community leadership and advocacy. So that is, in fact, council. Right. So this is the first time a council has been given has taken on a set of responsibilities. And the one thing missing in this first draft is a status category of the work we've done to date. And that work, I've got a long list here of what we have done, and I'm happy to share that with you. But just quickly to summarize some of these things, ongoing Sooke collaboration through MOU meetings. The last took place on September 12th, as I understand it. Schools, we met with the Ministry of Education at UBCM. We have a MOU meeting with School District 62 on February 3rd. Renewable energy, we met with BC Hydro at UBCM. We met with the Ministry of Transportation and Transit at UBCM. And on and on. So there, childcare, met with the Ministry of Education and Childcare. We've met with our MLA just 2 weeks ago, and he received a copy of this strat plan with a direct ask that he take a close look at those final 3 pages, which is what we need him to support us on as we move forward.
For sure, and noted, as I stated, it was simply just capacity, and I haven't had a chance to get in front of council to provide, before the June version is made public, for sure, we will absolutely flesh out the council advocacy section.
Thank you. Anything else from members of council? Okay, look for a motion that council receive the report of the CAO for information, moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Beddoes, all in favor, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next up is our public question and comment period. So this is for all of you that are in the gallery tonight. You could please come forward and introduce us with your name and the community that you call home. And then our staff will put 2 minutes on the timer for you. Thank you.
Greetings. Koshin Moonfist, Sooke is my community residence. This is about pages 91 to 98 in the agenda, or approximately, and relative to items of compassion and mentions of Sooke with future endeavors. So Sooke Multi-Belief Initiative, of which I am chair, strives to improve our quality of life through our operating principles, some of which are to work for the betterment of our region as expressed in our purpose.
Sorry, Koshimun. Sorry, gentlemen in the back, can I just ask you to hold your voices down a little? It carries up to the front, so it's a bit distracting. Thank you. Please go ahead. Sorry.
To work for the betterment of our region as expressed in our purpose through the development of multi-belief cooperation and activities. To focus on the common good of our initiative, not our personal, spiritual, or ethical beliefs. To consciously adhere to and apply the values of our initiatives in all our activities. To respect the differences in each other's spiritual and ethical paths. To encourage tolerance and understanding through sharing and education. Our principles of consultation are freedom of expression. Express your thoughts freely. Do not belittle the thoughts of others. Objectivity. Carefully consider the views of others. Do not willfully hold to your own opinion. Contribution. Express your views as a contribution to the consultation. Do not voice them as a correct or right. detachment. A view once expressed belongs to the group. Do not be offended if a conflicting view is expressed. Decision support. Support fully all decisions. Do not criticize previous decisions. All this said, we are in favor of the formation of a compassionate action working group and would like to offer our time to District of Sooke staff in getting this off to a good start. And
Thank you. I'm sorry, we're at time.
We're at time?
Yes.
That's wonderful, and thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Our next speaker, please.
Great. Good to be here again. Glad to see you all. I'll try and keep this brief. Well, we'll have to. Specifically,
Sorry, can you introduce yourself?
Thank you. Veronica Pemberton Billing. I live in Sooke, specifically in Sun River. This is about Agenda 9.2, but more precisely about what we're spending. So I'm going to try in my brief time combine this. I saw that there was an item whereby staff was directed to come up with a budget that had a 10% increase or less in taxes. That's always a concern for me. When we've added over the last 2 years, where it was, I think, 6.7 plus then 10.6, 10% this year compounded on top of that is nearly a 30% increase. 59% of British Columbia's last week said they were financially paralyzed. They couldn't, and right now our economy is at the edge of a precipice. Trudeau told Trump that our economy would collapse with these tariffs coming, and we're on the way to that. Already our unemployment was up last year, and the mortgages that were created at low interest in 21 and 22 are going to be renewing this year and next. This is a really, really difficult time, and I don't think Sooke is a more prosperous community than the bulk of Canadians and what we're going through. That we would consider, and the other thing is every request made of staff, and this is no criticism of staff because I think they're doing a great job. Every request that council makes to staff is time and money. So that I think that we would consider having them direct to do these letters to the school district that's outside the purview of the council. Of course, we're all against bullying. Of course, we want children to be treated with respect, but that is outside the purview of this council. And specifically, $33,000 on a crosswalk. How is that going to be perceived when the economy falls?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Mick Rhodes, Sooke Otter Point. My question is about the proposed construction that is soon to be underway for the Little River Trail crossing. What was the determining criteria, factors, and how the District of Sooke and just 4 of 6 councillors that were present at the last council meeting, that was 2 weeks ago, reached the conclusion that the lowest bid regular contracting limit was the preferred first choice? Regular contracting is based in Abbotsford, that's the lower mainland. The second lowest bidder was Coast Utility Contracting, Victoria, BC. The proposed Little River trail lengths, including the 2 boardwalks and a 30-meter fixed bridge, measures about 850 meters. So if you divide regular contracting, the lowest bid, 1,943,000 plus, by 850 meters, that equals approximately $2,287 per meter. You divide Coast Utility Contracting, the second lowest bid, that is about $50,000+ more than Regular's lowest bid. That equals approximately $2,350 per meter. That's a difference of about $63 more a meter or $20 a foot. $20 a foot. I'll repeat the question again. What was the determining criteria, factors, and how the District of Sooke and just 4 of 6 councillors present determined, debated, and with council unanimously passing the motion that the lowest bid regular contracting was the preferred first choice. I was surprised that the time devoted in awarding this close to $2 million contract took less than 12 minutes, a mere 12 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
I hope this
Mr.
contract
Rhodes.
will be on budget, no cost overruns, and be completed on time.
Okay,
Thank you.
we
I
all
just
do.
wondered
Thank
if
you.
somebody could,
It's all in the minutes. Our staff, you can reach out to our staff. It's in the report and we've deliberated. So thank you very much.
deliberate it.
Yep, it's
Well,
the last council
here,
meeting. Thank you.
$2 million contract.
Okay, could I have our next speaker, please?
Good evening, Mayor Tate and Council. My name is Jesse Fitzpatrick. I'm a resident of Sooke near the core. I'm here to speak about item 9.4, application regarding subdivision in the ALR at 2532 Sooke River Road. Well, I don't reside on the property myself. It is owned by my family, brother and his family. My father, brother and his family currently live there. The property is approximately 25 acres and is part of the agricultural land reserve. To clarify, we're not seeking to remove any portion of this land from the ALR, nor are we attempting to rezone it for different uses. What we are proposing is a subdivision of the property, and I'd like to explain why we believe this request is reasonable and supported by the natural features of the land. We feel incredibly fortunate to have this property in our family. As mentioned, my relatives live on the property. We have pasture for horses, chickens, gardens, greenhouses for growing vegetables, and apple and pear trees that produce abundant fruit in the summer if the bears don't get to it first. Our goal is to replicate this lifestyle on another portion of the land. I currently live in Sooke's town core with my young family, but my dream is to build a family home on this property. I want to raise my children in an environment where we can cultivate our own gardens, care for animals like chickens and possibly pigs, and live a more self-sustaining rural lifestyle. This is not 25 acres of flat, pristine farmland. The property's unique topography makes it less suitable for large-scale farming. Approximately half the land is elevated to the level of about Sooke River Road, with a sharp drop of about 40 to 50 feet down to Sooke River floodplain. Additionally, a creek runs through the property, naturally dividing it into two distinct areas. The portion of the land that we're proposing to subdivide lies at a higher elevation on the far side of the creek. This area is inaccessible from the rest of the property due to the steep, heavily treed slopes surrounding the creek bed and the floodplain.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, we're at time. However, given that this item is coming forward, if you're able to remain in the room, because often as we do deal with land use matters, we do have questions of the applicants
Sure.
at that time. So I appreciate the intro for it. But if you're available, just to remain in chambers for this item as it emerges.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank
Thank you.
you. Okay, next speaker, please.
That on? Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, citizens. Dave Saunders, 1683 Whiffen Spit. Speaking to the by-election report. Sorry, I left my agenda in my truck. Respectfully, the report now places, and respectfully, I say it again, the report now places the mayor in a conflict position. If council so chooses to extend the date that was agreed upon of April 12th. On November 5th, because of budget, I had asked the question of how much is it going to cost for a by-election and do we account for it? And I was told that we budget 50K annually for the elections. This is including the by-elections. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm conscious of budget, especially given what's been expressed in the paper. I would ask council to adhere to the April 12th date because we need people at this table, especially given the circumstance, your worship, that you have sought the nomination. You've got it for the NDP. I've put in a previous letter about bias and conflict that I'm concerned about in reflecting on Sooke. If politics are nasty, and during the federal election cycle, it's going to get nastier. So I'm concerned that that's going to reflect back on Sooke. So by keeping the April 5th date, we move forward. And what I would recommend is simply this, is that you have a second motion to that, is that that second motion also refers to having a by-election for the mayor's seat as well. Then at the point in time in which the federal election cycle doesn't take place, then you simply just drop that. So again, respectfully, I believe that there's a conflict issue here, and I'm sorry, but my time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Other speakers, please.
Oh, it turned it off.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. I'd like to speak to the number of items on the agenda. When I attended the budget meeting and saw the possible increase of 16% for taxes, I was shocked, and I did caution council on needs and wants. On the agenda, there's a one for a rainbow crosswalk at 30,000 plus 15,000 per year of maintenance. Crosswalks are for safety reason and a need. High reflective durable paint for a basic crosswalk is between $1,200 and $1,500 per crosswalk. Keep the political correctness out and stop division and hardship on the community. As for inclusivity, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is very clear on equality rights, and I'll read you that. It's in our charter. Every individual is equal before and under the law and has the right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination, and in particular, without discrimination based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sex, age, or mental or physical disability. It's covered. As we don't need to fly pride flags at a cost, and we don't need to support taking our children out of school for gay pride parades. Our children are following behind in education. Keep the focus on reading, writing, and arithmetic, so our children are competitive. And again, as the previous speaker spoke, the education system should be dealing with that. Another one is a climate action plan to bring us to net zero. This requires another building code right. Triple pane windows, carcinogenic spray foam insulation, no natural gas, no propane or solid fuel. A lot of good that would do would not have survived without the alternative heat and cooking and no gas during our past, what was it called? Whatever, big storm. And no gas or diesel generators to keep freezers from running. Every time government ups the building code, it adds another $30,000 to build a home.
Thank you, Mrs. Lors.
Can I just finish the sentence?
Sure.
Okay. In the last 5 building codes, this is added 150,000 per household, and net zero is easily another cost of 100,000. So much for affordable homes, and this includes retrofitting present homes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Hi, Susan from Cecinos in Sooke. I want to comment on 3 items: the OCP, the report from the administrative officer, and that pesky rainbow sidewalk. Regarding the OCP, when I was looking through information today, I was reading the provincial policy manual and site standards that Sooke is going to have to use in its OCP. And what I see is that Site Standards Package B, which I believe will apply to most of the Sooke core, is a recipe for heat island effect throughout the core over time. And so for this reason, it's going to be vital that not only when creating the revised DPAs in the OCP, that's taken into account, but it's going to be critical for Sooke to explore how to ensure cooling for the increased density. So I don't know, we're going to start building, buying lots to make mini parks. Some kind of idea has to be achieved. Also, this very same package will undermine the request that we've had in the OCP for many years that new developments have allotment gardens attached to them. As regards the Ms. Gray's report, sorry, brain farts, as my granddaughter says. I have two questions regarding some of the goals. One is the goal to integrate ecosystem protection into all stages of development projects. I'm curious what partial progress means and how it will proceed going forward. And I'm also curious when work will be likely to begin to identify and map environmentally sensitive areas. So I don't know what the protocol is, but I'm hoping that could be answered tonight, or maybe I could just call. Finally, I bet that a whole bunch of community members would be delighted to help Sooke paint a rainbow sidewalk. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Belford. Other speakers tonight? So you'll need to turn on the microphone, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim Mitchell, 6631 Sooke Road. It's a comment about the resolution to do with the bylaw. The residents of Sooke are entitled to proper representation on council. This means that there should be 7 members on council. Since October, there have been only 6 members, and now you want to delay or deny the proper representation for 10 to 11 months or more. This is not acceptable. We expect to get political voting interference in the election process at the federal and provincial levels, but we should not have to put up with this in our community. If the by-election is delayed until the summer months, we are denying the residents a vote if they are away on vacation. This is not right. If you vote in favor of the resolution, you are showing a blatant disregard for the rights of our citizens to have proper representation. I'm requesting that you do the right thing and vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have other speakers here tonight? Okay.
My name is Candace Lind and I live in Sooke, and I would like to continue on with Mrs. Luer's information and then add some of my own. Bringing up a 4.4 million budget for parks is not sustainable. Putting community parks or putting community gardens in parks, and how about 4 sandbags for a baseball diamond and space to kick a soccer ball and a basketball hoop? It's a lot cheaper than a gym, and let the children be children. What are our needs? A medical center to accommodate our present population, a viable and efficient road system to build our business capacity, healthy food, farm support to ensure we can supply healthy food to keep our community healthy. Bill 44 would increase our density and also take away the right of the community to build in a sustainable manner, and our trite to object or approve. The present proposed OCP is almost 4 times as dense as the Bill 44 proposal. Our infrastructure cannot support it. We have proper road access. We haven't got proper road access, medical facilities, sewer infrastructure, and to support either proposal. Overdue for council to man up and support the taxpayer with our needs and focus there. Now, talking about my own comment about a rainbow crosswalk, think about public safety and not political statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lind. Other speakers this evening?
Herb Haldane, Otter Point Road. Just gonna play a little bit on the whole tax increase part because it affects everybody, especially other landowners and businesses and whatnot. When the commercial rate is 4 times what the residential rate is, and we're the bulk of our taxes is all residential rate. I think it's 93%, but I mean, it's somewhere around there. The point is we need to get some commercial going in Sooke. We have this issue with traffic. I talked to Chief Larry Underwood today, was covering over what they got going on down there, and they are in the process of trying to build some more commercial down there, which would be great for the Casinos end of town. But we have a empty piece of property behind the post office that's been fighting to try and get off the ground here for a number of years. They've run into roadblock after roadblock of roadblock. They pay 4 times the residential tax rate. We need more commercial. It'll stop people from having to come all the way into the town core of Sooke. We need to start building commercial and industrial and something for people to have jobs here and so on, and light industrial, so we can maybe even have some manufacturing storage and so on. So these people pay a lot more money in taxes, and that would take a big burden off the residential people here who are covering the lion's share of what it costs to pay the 16% and 10% increases. And that lady was right. I mean, we're paramount to 30% increases over a 3-year period here, and people can't afford that anymore. So we have to come up with some other ideas, and we have to get traffic off of Sooke Road. And all these people in Sooke, you can't buy shoes, you can't buy clothes, you can't get anything here in town. So everybody drives to Langford. That's where the traffic issue is. So more commercial locally here, I think, will help the situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak. I didn't prepare anything tonight, but I wanted
Sorry,
to.
Ms. Logan's. you
Nikki
need to-
Logan's order point. I want to just support the comments made by Chief Moonfist tonight in light of your attention to a compassionate action group to support the implementation of Sooke's compassionate action plan. There are marginalized people in our community who are being actively attacked. And I think that we expect leadership from our mayor and council to take action and actively support compassionate work in the community. So the idea of the multi-faith, multi-belief initiative leading that perhaps, and I'm sure there are volunteers in the community who would support such a committee. So yes, please, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Logans. Any other speakers this evening? Sorry, Ms. Bagnell?
Thank you. We have reached the 20-minute mark for the public opportunity.
Okay, and I think we've covered everyone. So thank you everyone for your comments tonight. We'll move on into our consent agenda. So council, we have some correspondence as well as the committee of the whole. So the recommendation would be that the following items on the consent agenda be adopted by consent. 8.2 correspondence, 8.3, the recommendations from the January 20th committee of the whole draft financial plan. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Was there any items that council looked to extract from this? Councillor St. Pierre, go ahead.
This is a procedural question. Can I make a comment on the budget ask without it being pulled?
Yes, because it's on the floor now.
Okay. So if I may, what I'd like to point out to everyone in the room is that this is the price of 0% tax increase over a long period of time. Sooke residents have benefited hugely from that in having some of the lowest tax rates in all of BC for whatever reason. But what that means is that because of the way compounding works, if we had a 1% tax increase basically forever, we wouldn't be hit this hard. This wouldn't be such a pill to swallow. Now, what's going to happen right now, if we go down to a 10% or less, is we're going to have to dip into reserves. And reserves is basically, I'm going into my savings to pay for food and the electrical bill. You can't keep doing that forever. Eventually it catches up. And eventually you have to pay that electric bill all the time, even as they're going up, even as those bills are going up. Now, what's likely to happen is that we're going to have massive increases all the time because things are not actually getting better. Anybody who thinks that things are getting better, I don't know. You're living in a different world from mine. So just to be very clear, simply by going to 10%, we're going to make it harder next year or the year after that. This is putting off paying for what needs to be paid for. Now, it may look good politically And I know lots of people are saying you can't do this to us, but it will happen. It might be easier to have adjustments along the way. I'll support it as it stands, but this is not going to work long-term.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Other members of council have any comments? Counselor Bateman.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 12D
12D.
for
in the
discussion
correspondence.
next time.
Okay. 12D, coldest night of the year, Sooke 2025. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Counselor Pearson.
Yes, 11C, the letter from the housing minister.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Nope, that's it for me.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that letter is the same letter as the one in tonight. So in that case, if it is, then it won't come forward, but we'll be.
It's just got a different title and that's what I'm, yeah. One
Yeah.
says Tate signed final and one says from the minister. Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll
I'm
get
fine with
that. Yeah, either way. Okay, anything else?
Nope, that's it for me.
Okay, any other counselors? Okay, I would also request that item 2B and 5E, the newsletter. So 2B is a request for illumination and 5E is a newsletter from SIP, the Prosperity News, to come to the next agenda. Okay, so those items will all flow to the next regular meeting. At this time, we have the rest already moved and seconded. So I'll call the question. All in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So that brings us to item 9, which is our report section. 9.1 is the 2025 by-election. So I'll turn this over to staff, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the mayor to council, this staff report is a follow-up to the report presented in November on the 2025 by-election. Since the time of the original report, a number of factors have changed, which has been outlined in tonight's staff report. At this time, staff's recommendation is to further defer this report and the appointment of the chief election officer based on a number of considerations. First, by conducting the by-election in alignment with other municipal voting opportunities in 2025, this would help mitigate voter fatigue, which can lead to low voter turnout and confusion. This can happen when voters are asked to vote too often on too many issues or without easy access to relevant information. Aligning the by-election with other voting opportunities would ensure streamlined and more effective communication with our constituents on voting opportunities. Further, postponing the by-election will allow us to better manage our budget by reducing the costs associated with conducting multiple elections within a short period. This approach would help us allocate our financial resources most effectively with the perceived events that are forthcoming. Lastly, by delaying the by-election, this would provide staff with a necessary postponement to address staffing challenges as outlined in the report. Staff's recommendation at this time is to bring this report back in April so that council can make a determination on how to proceed at that time, based on the scheduling of the upcoming federal election, as well as council's decision at that point regarding a proposed referendum. Thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, questions for staff? Go ahead, Councillor Pearson, then McMath.
Well, I guess I'll open with a comment. I'm quite surprised.
Okay, we need to stick to questions.
Okay,
There's no
okay, I'll
motion.
stick to questions. Where did this come from, this change in report? I kind of gathered this is completely different than what we talked about in November. I thought we were coming tonight to appoint the CEO. That's what I believe that at the conclusion. I went and watched the tape this afternoon, and quite clearly I agreed with my fellow Councillor Beddoes and the mayor to get this over with as soon as possible. I reluctantly supported delaying until today because I thought it should be sooner. But my understanding was we were coming tonight to appoint you to be there. I get it. Some things change. I have no understanding of why proroguing government, the federal government is included in our report. That's irrelevant to us as Sooke. I don't care what Trudeau does. my responsibility is to, as we heard earlier, is to the people of Sooke. We've had two tie votes in recent memory and two critical votes. So I can't support this report anyways. My last question is, do we have a legal opinion on this?
Okay, thank you, Counselor. I'll go to staff.
Thank
Through the
you.
chair to you.
Through the mayor to council, I have reached out to both our lawyers as well as Administrative Municipal Affairs back in November, even when we were anticipating delaying the by-election to align with a referendum. And that the advice from both parties is that it is within order and that it is up to council to determine the appointment of the chief election officer. And it is council's decision when that might happen. That is the most effective use of their time and resources. To speak to part of your comments before, the motion that was on the floor in November and passed by council was to defer the report. This report has been deferred and is up on the agenda tonight in accordance with that motion. Staff is providing a recommendation based on our expertise, and that is what is before you tonight.
Okay, Counselor McMath.
You referenced voter fatigue. Where are you getting that from?
Through the mayor to council. So voter fatigue is a commonly discussed when talking about elections and voting practices. Many researchers write about voter fatigue in this space. And
Sorry, I understand what voter fatigue is, but why is it now pertinent when it wasn't when we previously discussed this?
when this report, when the original report was presented to council, one of the options for council's consideration is to align the two pending opportunities, which was the vacancy of the councillor seat as well as a proposed referendum. And it was one of the options clearly detailed and outlined. Now that we are looking at a third event, at that point, for me personally, was the tipping point to now think about voter fatigue. Having 3 different municipal voting opportunities within 1 year on top of a federal voting opportunity could lead to confusion and lack of communication on what voting opportunity is for what.
Reducing costs. Can you just go through that again for me?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So each election opportunity costs about $39,000, whether it is a by-election for a councillor, for a mayor, or for a referendum. Those costs are full and complete, but if you align more than one voting opportunity, it virtually eliminates the cost by half. So for $39,000, you can have 3 municipal voting opportunities instead of 3 $39,000 costs. $120,000.
So, just so I understand, so the recommendation is to push this by-election so that should the mayor seat be open, we would have it in one.
I think the 2 known pieces is that we do need to have a referendum and we need to have the by-election. So it goes back to the recommendation of having those 2 together because those are 2 known events.
So there's still the opportunity for a second by-election.
The intent of this is to align the 2 mostly known events, as Mayor Tate has mentioned, and to postpone it till April because we will have more information on when the federal government will have their election. And with that information in hand in April, we can make an educated council could make a more educated decision that could potentially align a vacant mayoral seat. It would essentially position us so that we could have the 3 elections in one if a spring election were to be called and we were in a position where our mayoral seat would be vacant. Staff's intention is to position council in to make the decision with the most information at hand so that we could align the 3 elections into one.
Okay, and just so everyone's aware, can you just go over what the referendum topic is?
At this time, council has not decided exactly what the referendum topic is at this time, but staff is bringing forward a staff report in February for council's decision, and that has been discussed prior to this, that council would be making a decision prior to the adoption of the budget for if council would like to proceed with a referendum, as we do need to have it included in our financial plan if we were to go out to budget, or sorry, go out to referendum later this year.
The Throop Phillips connector.
Thank you. Going to do some elephant hunting, as it's been referred to. What makes this so uncomfortable is, so if we have two by-elections.
Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre, in the microphone.
At this point in time, we have a big agenda. I think we need to stick to questions at this time. Once we've made the motion, we can go elephant hunting.
Okay, so there is no motion on the floor at the moment,
The
so
elephant hunting leads to the question, so I'm just trying to break this question softly, because I find it very uncomfortable. So the reality is that should you run and you are elected, there's a possibility that there are two by-elections. We're talking about the budget, we're talking about the tax increases. So if each by-election is hitting around $40,000-$50,000, two by-elections is a 1% tax increase, because the by-elections aren't budgeted for really, which is something that we're going to review at a later time. So the awkward piece is, do you consider just like stepping down to confirm a single by-election to save $50,000? It's so uncomfortable, and I hate that like this is the process, but it's just.
I'll think about that. That's your question? Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor St. Pierre.
I think there's something that hasn't been discussed so far is the OCP, and I'm guessing I'm going to ask because right now we have OCP on the agenda today as well. My own background, I looked at participatory planning, and there is participation burnout, and that's basically when the community or residents are asked too often to basically come and give information and come and participate in these types of things. My sense is that we want to actually have a robust OCP consultation so we can actually get that document done as prescribed by the province at this point in time.
Go ahead, Councillor
Can I
St.
get my
Pierre.
question out? I'm like 2 seconds away.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre. Get to your question, please.
I suspect that the OCP combined with potentially a referendum, combined with one by-election, combined with another by-election, combined with another by-election, would leave us with some of the lower voter turnouts in history. What are your thoughts on this?
Of course, staff's perspective on this would be speculation, but what I can say is that staff's capacity to undertake comprehensive communications for anything other than the by-election would certainly be limited, as well as opportunities for meaningful engagement. Of course, we have a wonderful staff who will, work really hard in that direction, but not only would we have limited capacity, we would also have different processes of engagement overlapping with each other that could cause confusion.
Okay, further question. We recently lost Heather Power? Power.
Our deputy corporate officer.
Deputy corporate officer. Has that person been replaced yet?
Through the mayor to council, that person has not been replaced, that the position is still vacant, and we are foreseeing that there may be some time before that is filled.
Okay, so what we're looking at is potentially multiple events happening while we're understaffed in that particular area and with a lack of suitable people because there's a federal election happening. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's it for now. Thanks.
Other questions? Councillor McMath, then Bateman.
We're sort of in the crunch time with these massive projects that are coming up. So because it does all tie in together, so the referendum, the OCP and those pieces, has anyone from staff connected with Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure on what their next 5-10 year plans are? So whether it is an alternate route what does their vision look like? Because their road is the main artery for us. So however they decide to go ahead with their plans has a massive impact on us. So I kind of would like the answer to that question first before we start going ahead with the rest of these projects.
Through your worship to Councillor McMath, Mr. Carter, I mean, I'll let him speak more fluently to this than myself here, but as he's said to council multiple times, he is in constant communication with the Ministry of Transportation and working on plans, working together on designs, and both contributing, the district and the province contributing on design drawings. We work together on various grant streams, getting ministry support for that. So I know Mr. Carter again we can't speak for the ministry on what actually will get funded, but I believe there's been updates provided by Mr. Carter at prior council meetings that highlighted the upcoming projects in the next few years. Mostly the biggest priority one would be right turn lanes from the bridge up to Charters or Church, I believe it is, where the intersection will need to happen as part of the Macola BC Housing Project final stage where a light is supposed to go in at Charters there. Maybe I'll defer to Mr. Carter and he can speak a little bit more to that if.
Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre, in the microphone.
These are questions and answers to a motion that isn't on the floor. We don't even have a motion to discuss yet.
Okay, no, that's fair.
So what are we talking about here?
These are all factors that play into whether we defer this or not. So it's absolutely relevant.
I think it's absolutely relevant if we have a motion on the floor.
Okay. I'll go to Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah.
In the microphone.
If everybody's hung up on getting this, I'll make a motion and then we can discuss the motion. And I'll just make it because it's there. The council to further report at the upcoming April 7th, 2025 regular council meeting to allow for the determination of the alignment of the 2025 by-election with other municipal voting opportunities in 2025. That's the motion on the floor.
Okay, that's moved, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Beddoes, to speak to the motion.
Well, I guess what I like to hear is there's a number of balls in the air right now, and it's a bit confusing to me. I hear the public say on one breath, we need to get on with it. Then I hear another part of the public saying it's important that we don't spend, 40,000 or whatever it is 3 times over. So I'm interested to hear what are the plans for MOTI are, because we're also talking about a referendum of some possibly $30 million that also plays into it, and don't think that isn't going to cause a great deal of discussion in the community, and so it should. So now that it's on the floor, I would like to hear from Mr. Carter through our CAO.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, through your worship to council. So as Ms. Gray alluded to, I'm constantly in contact with the Ministry of Transportation. We've been working collectively on multiple design projects, specifically over the last 3 years. I have functional design completed now that was funded by the ministry, and I've taken on working with consultants, functional design of Highway 14 from the bridge all the way to Church Road, and from the continuation of where the sidewalks have left off on Otter Point all the way to Whiff and Spit Road. I have a meeting scheduled with the director of the island and his senior staff team at the beginning of February, where we're going to roll out and discuss potential plans. They won't give me the exact timeframes on any of their projects because they're in the process of establishing their new government. They'll have that in place now, and that was why our meeting was framed for the beginning of February. In that meeting, we're going to be talking about multiple projects that are joint initiatives as well as MOTI initiatives that, as Ms. Gray alluded to, will include turn lanes from Phillips, extending that one to the bridge, turn lanes at Charters and Church Road, as well as the ministry being in support for multiple grant applications that I'm going to be bringing forward for council's consideration for upwards of $40 million in projects this February. Some excellent grant opportunities have come out for multiple application streams for projects of upwards of $50 million and unlimited applications. I'm taking full advantage of this opportunity. I'm going to be bringing it forward for council's consideration in February, as well as an update into the ministry's sort of timeframes anticipated in their projects and delivering with projects the district is rolling out or bringing forward for council's consideration.
Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre. You're the seconder.
Is it time for comments or questions here? Just.
The motion is live
So we're
now.
commenting.
Yes.
Okay. I should be motivated. I'm feeling very motivated. I'll do it. Okay. My concern is that we will have a low voter turnout for something like this at this point in time. But I do think that if there's a referendum question, especially one that involves $30 million, people are going to show up. If we're also looking at potentially electing a mayor, people are definitely going to show up. We're going to have almost as good turnout as at a regular election, which is about as good as it gets. Okay. In terms of democracy, democracy is not necessarily, trying to fill the seats as quickly as possible, because we have tied votes even when we have 7 councillors. All it takes is one person being sick and you can have a tied vote. And we can't guarantee that we're always going to have an odd number of people at the table. That's just not, we don't have one now. Lots of times we don't. More often than not, we vote and it works out. Sometimes it doesn't. That's just the nature of the beast. Having 7 people elected is not going to change that piece of it. However, if we actually move forward with this proposal, we'll have more information. We will definitely save upwards of $40,000 guaranteed, and that matters, or it should matter. We will have excellent turnout, most likely, much, much better turnout, which is true democracy. It allows the community to be heard, and that's important. Yeah, I support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Pearson, then McMath.
Okay,
Sorry, I missed Councillor Bateman. I'm going to go to
go.
Councillor Bateman as he's not spoken yet. I didn't see your hand. Sorry.
That was fine. I had my hand up during the question phase, but I got bumped. And I'm glad the motion's on the floor, but I did have some questions vis-a-vis quorum. And this is my one hang up here is that if we do not go ahead on April 12th, we will continue with a group of 6. And this, of course, will be pending any federal election in the spring that could reduce us to 5. And I'm just curious, I know we've heard that the province can give some dispensation to lower quorum. So that was my question. And I'd just like to hear about that. Thank you.
To our corporate officer.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. So without a court order from a judge, our quorum would not change. But in special circumstances, a court order may be issued to a council who cannot make that quorum. And in those cases, there may be special provisions on limitations of what you may vote on.
So it would probably be not like an OCP or a significant policy changed, but items that are in the budget that are coming forward as course of business.
Mhm.
Yes, and quorum for this council is 4. So as long as quorum is met of 4 councillors at any time, you have met quorum to make decisions.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pearson.
Yeah, okay, so through, somebody's mentioned multiple elections, so that's maybe. We have one for sure that we're talking about. There's one, which is Councillor Lajeunesse vacant position. Maybe the mayor's going to go away. How long, to the chair, how long before we would actually be ready for a referendum? If the engineer is correct and said sometime in February he's going to have some plans finished, we're going to borrow some money, up to $40 or $50 million. How long would it take after that? Thank
you. So staff's intention is to bring forward a staff report in February for council's decision. The next council meeting would be a loan authorization bylaw to receive 3 readings from council, which would be sent to the ministry for about 6 weeks for approval from the ministry. So this would align with the proposed deference as stated in order to give council enough time to set forth the loan authorization bylaw and get approvals in time to align it.
Okay. So then we've got in February, which is next week, we've got complete road designs, road plans, property secured for Throop Road.
Through the mayor to council, that is not required for a loan authorization bylaw. Essentially, staff can put together designs and have a best estimate. What's required for a loan authorization bylaw is the amount that is to be borrowed, the source of the funds, whether by taxation or other means, as well as the defined area in which the taxation applies. That is what's required in the loan authorization bylaw. So essentially, it can be the best estimate based on the work and designs that have been obtained up until that point.
So we can just estimate and ask for the borrow the money, okay? There's a couple of critical pieces in here is that, and it's maybe, and you know, with all due respect to the mayor running for another position, it's a maybe election. I'm not really comfortable that the borrowing bylaw is going to be ready anytime soon. But we missed a critical part of if the mayor is successful on the other side of it, we're giving somebody with the earliest possible date and experience on council. There's public people are asking, they want to sit with us on council. They want to get, you're building a better team sooner because you're going to talk about two potential new people being on council if the mayor's there, as if we wait. So I'm not going to support a motion that continually sort of puts us in a holding pattern. We've lost two critical votes, 3-3. Yep, I kind of understand the $39,000, but I'm not going to base it on a couple of maybes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMath.
Can we have the referendum during the next election? Not the by-election, sorry.
Yes, I understand your
Thank you.
question. Through the mayor, absolutely, you could align a proposed referendum in the next general election.
So the reality is we have 2 years left. Thank you. And so to me, it doesn't sound like we are going to be in a place that we have like a fully rounded out, clear referendum. So if we're talking about voter fatigue and we're talking about turnout, I don't fully understand how delaying that is achieving what you're looking for. I think Esquimalt is running a by-election and theirs is in April as well. And there's nothing referenced there with the fatigue. So I don't understand where that's coming from here. And if anything, and I'm sorry, it's just so uncomfortable, but if we have a councillor seat to fill, if we do this in one shot, so if the mayor steps down, then we have the seat for mayor. That's not even taking into account if anyone from council runs from here, then they have to forfeit their seats. So there is a potential for 4 seats to be up here. And so I don't understand what we're delaying for. So let's just get the team set. Let's have one by-election. Let's hammer that out. The referendum can come because it's going to be here in a year and a half. So at that time, staff will have had more conversations with Modi about their long-term plans aside from all the work that they're doing right now. And then we won't have that voter fatigue. And for staffing challenges, my question through the chairs, can you complete a by-election on the originally planned date?
Through the mayor to council, it will be costly because I will need to outsource quite a bit, as I am also the FOI head and the corporate officer for the District of Sooke. And there, as mentioned in the report, there is staffing challenges. Of course, nothing is impossible, but my recommendation is to delay it because that would have the least impact on staff capacity.
What is the position that you're looking to have filled for that support?
The Deputy Chief Election Officer.
So we push this and there's no successful candidate and we come up to these delayed by-election or by-elections. So then there's still going to be that additional cost, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Say, for example, because I love worst case scenario, we post this position and it's not filled. So we have our first by-election. So now you're still having those same staffing capacity issues that you would have if we run it on the original date. Correct?
My apologies. I don't know that I'm understanding the question. So in order to continue with the original proposed date of April 12th, election work begins tomorrow.
Yeah.
Full speed. in that context, sorry, I apologize. What is your question?
Wording it Oddly. So right now, one of your staffing challenges that you reference as a reason to defer is that you're missing that seat. You're missing that position. It's still vacant. So I'm just showcasing a scenario where that never is filled in time for a later by-election or a secondary by-election.
Oh, thank you. If it is filled, yes, if this were to be deferred, it is likely that we would have someone in that seat, which would reduce the requirement for external resources to come in to assist with the by-election.
Right, but there's the potential that that seat is not filled, in which case, like, the argument can be made both ways. Because I know there are times when we've had positions open for a very extended period of time. So best case scenario, that is filled, but in the event that it's not, we're going to have the same challenge at a later date.
What I might add is the caveat that I would be continually working on this by-election the entire time.
So from our previous discussion where we were looking at this date and not deferring, was there not work done before then in anticipation of this date?
There certainly has been work done towards the by-election. In a general local election, there is 7 to 8 months prep.
And roughly what is the additional cost from having an outside staff come in?
Estimates are hourly, between $60 and $100 an hour. A substantial amount.
$100,000, $50,000. I know what it's, you don't know, but I'm asking the question because for us to make the decision here, those are the pieces that go into it.
My best guess would be $20,000 in consulting, on top of the estimated costs of running a by-election.
So $60,000 in total, right? Thank you.
Counselor Beddoes.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that last summer, when we had charters closed, I heard a great deal of report from the community about getting on with the throughput extension over and over and over again, and some very, very strong comments. And I think we need to, that was the number one concern for this community at the time, and still is a big concern right now. It's not as bad with the traffic. And I'm waiting, Mr. Carter is going to give us some information in a couple of weeks that will help me make a decision whether to even go with a referendum. So I would like to at least defer for a while until I know what balls are not in the air. My feeling right now is if the MOT will go with a third lane up from the Lighthouse or Phillips to Charters, it could almost accomplish what we were going to do with the throughput extension. And we do it for a lot less money, and we'll do it with highway dollars or provincial dollars as opposed to tax dollars. So I would like to defer until we know if we are going to even have a referendum. So I will stand by this motion. I don't sit 100% with it because I do understand about filling the position. As for the other things in the coming in the future, whether the mayor resigns or whatever it is, that's to be determined. So I would think that referendum question accompanied with the by-election for a councillor, those two do need to be done together if they're going to be done this year. And I won't know until February whether that's possible or not. So I'm for deferring this a bit of time and get the proper question. I heard people concerned about their tax dollars and 16% and 10%. Well, we're concerned too. So I'm looking for any way, if I can find a way to save $50,000 for this community, I will. So this might be an opportunity to do that. There's always a cost cost might be a delay in getting a new counselor on board. And again, I've seen when we've had a full complement of 7 counselors with sickness and whatever work schedules and things, I would think that half the time we're up here, we're down at least 1 counselor. So I don't think that plays into it so much. But to me, the big thing is to get that report from Mr. Carter and make an intelligent decision at that time. So I stand by the motion.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre, then Bateman.
Yes, I think I'd just like to repeat my concern, this is for all of council, over whether or not we would actually get good turnout. I was trying to make a list here, a little list. We're looking at 1 by-election, a referendum, another by-election for mayor, a federal election happening at the same time, and an OCP all happening within about 1.5 years. On top, and the transportation master plan. Thanks. This is a lot. This is a lot. And whatever we can do to actually help the public digest the information, make sure that our communication is up to snuff and that we have the resources to do it. We owe it to the public to actually make sure they have the best information. We owe it to the public to make sure that we're saving as much money as possible in the process. If we can turn all of this into only 3 events instead of 6 or 7, I think they'll thank us. I hope they'll thank us. Maybe someone won't thank us, but that's okay. I'm willing to take that chance.
Okay, Councillor Bateman.
Okay, so comment time. Back in December, I was excited at the thought of an April 12th by-election. Also, I think at the time we were talking about maybe a February 22nd by-election. And that too, it felt very necessary given our quorum issues and our, it's difficult to get the full complement around the table, even with 1 councillor short. However, since then, we have had the federal election potential coming up much faster than the previously identified, the statutory date of October 19th. This whole subject of voter fatigue is very interesting to me. So this by-election, the last by-election we had, 2019, and I've just looked this up, according to the Sooke News Mirror, based on facts from the district, 1,447 people voted. That's about a 13% turnout. Now, at our last municipal election, we had a 29% turnout, which was no great shakes, of course. So clearly bringing together a referendum, a bylaw, a council by-election, a potential mayoralty by-election, we will get the best bang for our buck. I am really worried about quorum, being able to maintain that if indeed the mayor succeeds. We would be in a situation in perhaps May and June of needing people to show up as best they possibly can. So, not an easy subject. I do look forward to being joined by fresh blood around this table, and they can get a taste of these kind of, frankly, impossible decisions, but there we go.
Okay, Councillor McMath and Pearson.
I think we are saying very similar things. It's our path to those pieces that is so different. So if the concern is around voter fatigue, and as Councillor Beddoes touched on, transportation is one of the hottest issues in this community. So ideally, we're looking for a successful run at that referendum, which means adequate communication and education around that. So 1.5 years is not that far away to prep for proposition to the community of that magnitude. So to me, if you want a better engagement and education to the public on a possibility to solve or partially rectify one of the biggest issues, to weave that into the regular election, which is not far away, that makes the most sense to me. If you only want to have the smallest number of events to eradicate the voter fatigue that Councillor St. Pierre is referencing, then it would be one by-election. And even if it goes to a consultant, it's still cheaper than having 2. So you have the mayoral seat, You have the council seat in that piece. It's one election. The community is crystal clear. Then those new positions that are onboarded, it's the fastest time for them to get up to speed on these massive issues that we have, including the Transportation Master Plan, the OCP. The other thing with the referendum being tied into the regular election cycle is that also gives us time to have those conversations with Modi as to where that $30 million is best used. And again, what are their long-term future plans? Like, is there an alternative route coming to Sooke? Are they going to exclude Sooke from what they would call an alternative route, really forcing us into a bedroom community? Like, those are massive pieces. So the consensus and the goal is the same. It's the path to that, which is different. So to me, it is one by election for both seats. And then it is that the referendum is tied with the regular election cycle and that we proceed with the original date.
Okay, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor McMahon. How's that for a yay? In February, just a comment, in February, Councillor Beddoes and Councillor Pearson will be away. So the pressure's on the four of you. It's normal for people to take vacations. It's normal for people to be away on any given night, dental surgeries, whatever we have. And I just think that bringing in another person ASAP actually reduces all of the other things that Councillor St. Pierre talks about. It reduces committee work. It actually gives quorum at the table. And going back to your point is, I think that the appropriate time for a referendum borrowing question is on a general municipal election. Midterm ones have historically been low and they're important. We don't want to go to an alternative approval process. We want to have full discussion on a borrowing referendum of $40 to $50 million, which takes up our entire borrowing capacity. That's not a light decision. That's a general election decision. Council of the day, the mayoral candidates of the day will be running on that referendum. That will be an absolute perfect question for a general federal election or for a general municipal election. The federal election is outside of our bailiwick. We're mixing it in as too many things. That's coming whether we like it or not. There could be a snap election in British Columbia tomorrow. We can't control those things. What we can control is good governance, and good governance is 7 people sitting at this table. My final comment.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So in terms of the referendum, council did give direction to staff to proceed with design work on the Phillips corridor and to bring that forward. So that will come forward, and at that time, council can decide what you want to do with that referendum. In our last meeting with the MLA, our current MLA, he did indicate that we need to get on with this corridor to continue our work to disperse traffic. That sentiment, as far as I know, has not changed from the province. So that information is not here tonight, but it is a factor. And council at that time, when this report comes, can decide whether you want to push it off or whether you want to continue with the plan that we all agreed on together. So that's fine. We unexpectedly had a by-election in 2019 for tragic circumstances, and life happens in ways that we cannot predict. We nearly had one in 2021 as well that council stepped in and managed to avoid. So those are events that have passed. We heard from a member of the public earlier tonight about just 4 members of council making a decision on a significant trail connection, one that is planned and had been in the works for some time, and that was recently on January the 13th. There were just 4 members of council present. And looking back over time, we often do have just 6, 5, sometimes 4 members of council present. So that is with 7. In this case, it is just 6. But in years past, it has been 7 around the table, but sometimes 4 or just 5 attending for other circumstances. Given that council seems to be changing their course or some mind on where they want to go with this referendum, I agree with the motion then to defer this report. So I'm going to call the question on this. All those in favor of the motion? And those opposed are Councillor McMath and Councillor Pearson. The motion carries. So we are at 7:40. Does council want to recess or should we go into our next report? Okay, so we will call for a 10-minute recess. It's currently 7:35, so we will reconvene at 7:45. Thank you. Okay, everyone, if I could ask you to take your seats. Okay, thank you, everyone. We are now in 9.2, which is follow-up on December 9th, 2024, council signed bylaw delegation. So at that meeting, we had given some direction and staff is reporting back here. So direct it back over to staff, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in December, led by a delegation, several residents offered perspectives on how Sooke can be a more safe, inclusive, and welcoming for all. Their willingness to be vulnerable and sharing their stories and perspectives highlights a true strength within our community. Ultimately, we all want a place where everyone is welcome, celebrated, and appreciated without question or fear, and with dignity and respect. The report before you outlines several possibilities, specifically following up to the December delegation. So this report emerged specifically from the community. I will clarify from the comments made from the public earlier, the funding source is not residential taxes or commercial taxes. The identified funding source specific to the crosswalk is the Sooke Program of the Arts Reserve Fund, where each year general funds equivalent to 3% of the building permit fees received the previous year are placed in this account. So just to clarify that aspect of the funding source. So while I'm happy to answer any questions, I appreciate that residents are particularly keen to hear from you on this subject. So I'll leave you with the recommendations before the screen, that are on the screen rather, and I'll also note that there is a related supplemental agenda item that will come forward separately as a part of agenda item 11.8. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. Oh, no. Go
Well,
ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Just in terms of process, there are 5 sections to this report. Could we move through them one by one?
Yes, that would.
Starting with, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that would be the intention here. So the first one here, though, there's an edit to specify commitment. Maybe Sav, can you elaborate a bit on what you're looking for there?
Certainly, thank you. Just seeking whether you wish to provide a monetary contribution or perhaps an in-kind contribution. The in-kind contribution suggested in the report would be a resource, particularly myself as Manager of Communications and Community Relations, to provide any assistance to, this is to the first 2 items on the report. So whether that's for School District 62 or the Vancouver Island Regional Library with their pet parade, and provide some logistical support there as an in-kind contribution and communication support for those events. Or if council, it's the desire of council to also provide a monetary commitment on top of that. So where the resolution specifies edit to specify commitment, that was the range that I'd suggest through the report.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Well, I'd just like to note that we are meeting with the school board trustees on February 5th at 5 p.m. That's our semi-annual memorandum of understanding meeting, and perhaps we could discuss this in that context.
Okay, so would you want to are you looking to postpone?
I would defer that until after we've heard what the trustees have to say.
Okay, so there's a motion to postpone the first resolution to a meeting following the meeting with the SD 62 trustees. Okay, so postponed has been, and that's moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by McMath. Anything on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, that's carried unanimously. The next one, would someone like to provide I'll read in kind, I'll put in kind then, so that council directs staff to write a letter to the Sooke branch of the Vancouver Island Public Library to extend in-kind support for annual Kindness Day, Pride or like celebrations. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Beddoes and seconded by St. Pierre. Any comments, Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, they may have something planned anyways, and if they could use a bit of our resource time for one of our staff members, I think that would help them. And a lot of young impressionable kids use that library, so I think it's ideal.
Okay, anything from Councillor St. Pierre?
Yeah, I'm gonna get just a little bit personal and say that when I was growing up in Quebec, I had the misfortune of being short. It hasn't actually changed, but stop it. Stop it.
God, reason.
Anyway, and I wore plaid. It just wasn't good. I think it's excellent that young people actually have as much opportunity to feel safe as possible, because just being short and wearing plaid was bad enough. So just
Thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, I'll call the go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Well, I'd like to note that, okay, so the Vancouver Island Public Library, as stated in our report, is planning a second pause for Pride Pet Parade on Wednesday, June 26th. There's also the matter of the Sooke Harborside Lions who do some work out in the community on World Kindness Day, which is November 13th annually. So I'm wondering whether we'd like to add to this motion to the Sooke branch of the Vancouver Island Public Library, it should be Regional Library, by the way, and to the Sooke Harborside Lions.
Okay, you're making that amendment. Is
Yeah.
there a seconder for the amendment? Go ahead, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. So that's an amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? None opposed? That's carried. So now on the amended main motion, any discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So the next one is that council direct staff.
Point of order, please.
Sorry, go ahead.
Did you capture the language in that amendment motion? Okay. And the math has a capital M on the second,
Okay,
the math part.
okay, we've captured both of those. Okay, thank you, Councillor Bateman. The next one is that council direct staff to continue discussions with the Ministry of Transportation and Transit staff on a rainbow crosswalk on Highway 14 and provide a status update as available through the CAO at a regular council meeting. Moved by Councillor McMath and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Any comments, Councillor McMath, St. Pierre? I'll just raise that the late Councillor Brenda Parkinson had come up with designs. There were 3 designs that were submitted to the public and endorsed. And that was then, the intention was to bring that to the ministry for the 3 crosswalks in town. So if we can find those designs and locate them, and I think just get an answer, are they willing to proceed with these or not? And then perhaps those designs could be used elsewhere on a local road if the ministry is not willing to proceed. But I do recall that our former councillor had raised that with ministry staff, either in this meeting or at a UBCM advocacy day, and there seemed to be some agreement to proceed. So it would be helpful just to understand where that is. Okay. I will call the question. All those in favor? Yes, and that's carried unanimously. The next one is that council directs staff to use up to 30,000 from the SPA Reserve Fund, the Sooke Program of the Arts Reserve Fund, for the installation and maintenance of Rainbow Crosswalk on a local road in 2025. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor McMath. Okay, on the motion, go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
I understand that this is controversial compared to the other motions. Having said that, art can be controversial, and I think that this will be a practical application of, maybe too practical for the arts group, but all the same, that's okay. I think it's a good use of those funds to put some public art that could be controversial, but also will raise awareness.
Councillor McMath.
Just for clarity, can we get context from staff as to why this crossing is $30,000? So what is it that goes into that if that is $30,000?
Okay, over to staff.
Through your worship to council, it was just a cost provided of up to $30,000. These crosswalks are significantly expensive, but we have not received direction to spend staff time to go out to pursue quotes from companies based on the designs that are not confirmed yet. So it's an upset amount that could be used. They could be realized for a lot less. It's just unknown at this time, depending on what location it is, what length they're going to be, and what the design is going to be.
Okay, thank you.
Part of what I've heard is that also the machine that's used the color has to be changed, and after every color is used and then emptied, the machine is cleaned, the next color comes in. And then that's done for every color of the rainbow as well as black and white, so up to 9 times. Okay, Councillor Beddoes and Bateman?
I have a bit of a problem with this, and it's not because of the subject matter, because I actually have a grandson in this category. I do not think that it is something that we, one sector. I'm speaking now. I don't necessarily need anybody else to comment. Thank you. Well, somebody back there, I prefer if I have a clear, my thought process here. I guess it bothers me is that crosswalks are for safety. And I'm not sure if you class this as a political statement or not, but I kind of like a crosswalk to be a crosswalk, and they're all the same so people know what they're up against. And we're also looking at the Ministry of Highways, Transportation and Highways to do one. I don't think we need 2 in town. So I'd like to see whether they come through with it first before we spend 30,000. I know it doesn't go on taxes, but it still comes out of our coffers. And a spa reserve fund we could use for something else. So I'm very sympathetic. I don't have a problem with flying the flag or going to some of these kids events where they're all inclusive. They're wonderful things, wonderful things. I just don't believe in a rainbow crosswalk, because crosswalks should be a crosswalk. It's just pretty simple as that. So I can't support the 30,000.
Okay, Councillor Bateman?
Okay, so like Councillor Beddoes, I'm absolutely in favor of inclusivity and demonstrated inclusivity by communities. Our pending OCP has a very clear equitable community section, states Sooke strives to be a vibrant place where everyone is respected, belongs, and thrives. So I hesitate on this because I've done some research, and I'll just read out a few of the points that I've come across. In June 2023, City of Victoria repainted its 3 rainbow crosswalks on Pandora for $18,000 or $6,000 each. So that 30,000 number, and it does clearly say up to 30,000. And given our conversation, we had our budget meeting last Monday, and tonight's discussion around cost implications of these by-elections. The 30,000, if indeed it is as high as that, is significant. Another fact I found, UVic's rainbow crosswalks last about 5 years, and then they need to be repainted. And then we're certainly not the first. I didn't add them all up. There was a list on, you can Google a list of rainbow crosswalks in BC, and there are many communities have jumped in with them. Kimberley, BC was looking at this. Their very lively council discussion, as reported, states that they thought maybe there are other ways, less cost-effective, less costly, I should say, benches or flags that speak to Kimberley's diversity and inclusiveness. There was also, interestingly, in Kimberley, there was discussion of sidewalks. A painted rainbow sidewalk would last much longer than a street crosswalk. And the sidewalk could be painted with cold plastic paint to maintain vibrancy over an extended period of time. So I'm just thinking maybe we need to look at just the kind of thing that a compassion action working group would be able to tackle. So yeah, I get all said and done, I guess I'm not voting in favor of this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearson and McMath.
I like the previous 2 speakers. I agree with inclusivity and a community that is caring. What I have found, and I have observed throughout communities throughout the Vancouver Island, that sidewalks are not that innovative. It's a copy of somebody else's idea, and they are increasingly the subject of vandalism and attacks because they're on the road. The cars do burnouts on them and they do all these things. So I'm not going to support the motion because I think that we could do something better, like a bench or something that is less subject to vandalism and things like that. Because that symbol is easy to attack. And maybe people don't have the wrong intentions, but it does send a sense of not being safe in our community. And I think sidewalks give more opportunity to that. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McMath.
I think we can sort of meet in the middle here where perhaps we could amend it to use up to and have it a smaller amount if that's the concern. And if Councillor Bateman is referencing $6,000 per crosswalk in Victoria, then we can also narrow that down to a street that is more topographically friendly, the wording is. And there is a crosswalk right in front of the RCMP station. So if the concern is you don't want to put the symbol, no one confuses a rainbow crosswalk for anything other than it is. That's not a safety issue in my opinion. And if there is concern around vandalism, then put it in a well-lit, high-traffic area. Typically people that are damaging those symbols, which are only meant to be flags, symbols of inclusion, they don't do it very publicly. So I think we can work it so that there's perhaps a $6,000 cap where staff can come back and ask for more if it's required, and then the location can be changed to somewhere where it's less likely to have that vandalism. That's a concern.
Okay, so the amendment is to replace 30,000 with 6,000?
With the opportunity for staff to come back.
Yeah.
To ask for more.
Yeah, because I think if that seems like a good location, given then staff, I think, have a bit more framing now with which road and the length and what that would look like to provide a quote. So I'm just looking at if this amendment would capture that direction on the location.
3 years. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I think we're just seeking council direction on is if this something you want us to look into at all.
Okay, so that's the amendment and it's seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Anything further on the amendment, Councillor McMath? Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
I love this amendment. I think it's a great idea. I also think that I was considering a motion arising around actually spending arts money on some sort of art around, compassion and acceptance in the community. But I prefer this, and this is really good. Thank you.
Okay, anything on the amendment? Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I'll just issue the caution that the quote I've just read here is relates to a repainting of rainbow crosswalks. So the actual creation of the rainbow crosswalk in the first place might be more, but that's what we would find out through that second part of the amendment. So thank you for that.
Okay, Councillor Beddoes on the amendment.
Wouldn't it be better that we just defer this until staff would come back with a more, ask staff to do a little bit of research on what they actually cost?
Well, I think this is getting to that. This is providing them with something. We've named out Church Road. There's an existing crosswalk and it'll provide it's a report back. So
I find it very hard to believe that they could do it for $6,000, knowing the process, and the Legion's looking to put something across there for veterans. And it was a heck of a lot more than $6,000, but.
Okay, so in terms of this, I'll call the question on the amendment, and then what we can do is make another amendment. Okay? So how about that? Call the question on the amendment. All those in favor, please. That's carried unanimously. So rather than the motion as it's, sorry? What am I missing?
What is going on?
Oh, sorry. You were in favor? Okay. The motion as it is right now is they're going to go out and do it. So in this case, we can make an amendment that council directs staff to report back, and then they'll come back on the location and more refinement, and we can make a decision at a later date. Because this is to go, as I read this, is like go up and do this. Or does it need an amendment? I'll leave it.
If I may.
Yes.
What the words you're looking for is a subsidiary motion. It's not an amendment to the motion. A subsidiary motion is doing something with the motion on the floor. So the motion on the floor is the main motion as amended with $6,000. What I'm hearing you say is that you want to refer that to staff to bring back a report, and that is a subsidiary motion, not an amendment, which is in order if that's what someone wants to do.
Okay. All right, Counselor Beddoes is making a motion to refer this back to staff, right?
Yes.
Okay, and seconded by Counselor St. Pierre. Okay, I'll just share, I am in support of this. This is an item that the youth of Sooke have been asking for since I was elected in 2008. You may say that those are children that are not taxpayers. Well, they certainly are now because it's been 16 years and many of them are wondering if we're ever going to get on with this, as is the generations that are coming all the time. And I feel that it's important to young people to demonstrate that we're hearing them. And there's an opportunity now to get more clarity on what it would be. Great location. There's an existing crosswalk there. So maybe there's a way to work around that design. So that's what we'll find out in due course. Counselor St. Pierre.
Just a couple of quick comments. One is that why is that art is so hard all the time, whether it be a memorial installation or whatnot, is always never easy and never simple, never fast. I gotta say, it's interesting. I'm supporting the motion as it stands so we can move forward, but I so wish we just move forward more for once with an art installation without all this stuff, but that's okay. The second thing is we had a request from the public, a very heartfelt request to actually have the district make a stand and speak out for acceptance and compassion. And I'm very pleased with the work that staff did, and I'm pleased that we're moving forward with so many different items that actually do recognize the need for everyone to be okay and safe. So I mean, crosswalks are for safety, and this one serves double duty. It's good.
Okay, and I'll just remind you, it's not the first design we've had at by Poye School. There is a design of sunfish and color in that particular crosswalk.
And let's not forget our mural at outside Cafe Vizino, which is a highly inspirational, compassionate vision of a kinder, gentler future.
Okay, Councillor McMath.
It's funded through the SPA account. Sorry.
It's okay. Is this not redundant? Because either they're going to implement it with $6,000 or it's going to come back with all that same information with the report for consideration. So is this amendment redundant?
Well, it seems that we need information and staff need to come back anyway. So maybe it is, but at least this way it's clear that they aren't just going out and doing it, because if they get a quote for 6,000, it would just happen. And that isn't, I'm not sure that that's where council wanted it to go. In this case, it'll come back. So
So then for clarity, if it's all together, so we're striking out my original amendment and the main motion is just to refer staff to.
no, the main motion, your amendments, the amended motion stands still.
So then that means if they can do it for $6,000 or less, they're gonna go do it.
No, they're gonna come back so that we can determine location and confirm that it can be done, right?
That is correct. The amendment stands to strike out 30,000 and replace it with 6,000, but that wasn't voted on. Instead, it was referred to staff to prepare a report on the motion. So that will come back to council with more details, more fulsome details for council's ultimate determination.
Okay. So I'll call the, okay, all those in favor of the motion referred to staff? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, the last part of this is that, and that council directs staff to review the signed bylaw and report back to council, report back at a regular council meeting in 2025. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor McMath. Anything on the motion? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Bateman. In the microphone.
There were two other items within the report, the formation of a compassionate action working group and the talk of a district-led compassion parade, but those did not make it into recommended motions.
I think at this time, we're getting two committees underway that are forming right now. So that I don't know, staff can maybe answer that, but it's just, we have the two that are coming and then we can look at adding on later, or you can make a motion now. That's up
So
to you.
these would fall under the Community Economic Development Committee,
Potentially, or you could also make a motion now or do something different?
Yeah, I'd like to move that those two items, the formation of a compassionate action working group and potential for a Sooke compassion parade with in-kind support from the district be considered by the Community Economic Development Committee.
Okay, so that'll, okay, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. On the motion, Councillor Bateman.
Well, I believe that those two items, I'm a member of the Sooke Multi-Belief Initiative, and as Ms. Nikki Logan's told us at that meeting that was December, was it not? That the Multi-Belief Initiative's Compassion Action Plan has a very clear mandate to undertake education and community engagement. One of its points was sponsor a public parade for peace and community development that involves the whole community. And the Multi-Belief Initiative continues to meet on a regular basis, led by Kosheen Moonfist, and we will be inviting Nikki to one of our next meetings. And yeah, so I'd like to see that go forward for discussion by the Community Economic Development Committee. And also this Compassionate Action Working Group, which could dive into issues related to equity, racism, any number of issues within our community.
Okay, thank you, Councillor St. Pierre.
I think Councillor Bateman answered my questions.
Okay, there is in the staff report that that staff added that their capacity to add the parade event is limited for this year. So that's why the recommendations were on supporting the work occurring at the school, but you still want it discussed at the
Yeah,
COK.
because very much the community at large is quite capable of gathering together and doing a lot of good work with perhaps a little bit of in-kind support from the district.
Okay, so the motion is live on the floor. Is there anything else from members of council? Councillor McMath?
Sorry, just need one moment. Does it not make more sense for your group to reach out to the Economic Development Committee rather than staff directing a committee to onboard another committee? Like, I love the premise, it's more the path.
Yeah, I think maybe the CED committee could in fact invite the Multi-Belief Initiative to come and present to them. Or yes, I agree.
Okay.
Either which way would work.
So then I support the idea. I wish won't support the motion because then I'll let those groups connect and then they can come to council and then we can discuss how we can support them, whether it's.
Okay, so are we looking to amend this motion?
My emotions are just such sad.
No, they're so well intentioned. I love them. They'll never change.
But
anyway, 18 more months.
Councillor St. Pierre?
Do we want radical amendment or defeat the motion and have another motion?
Rescind.
Because.
Well, you could withdraw the motion. Right? You can just.
Because I have a suggestion as to not proceed. We could. So procedurally, what do we want to do here?
Okay, I will call the question and we'll go from there. Okay?
Okay.
That might be just easier at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, I'm opposed. It fails.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
With Councillor St. Pierre and Bateman in favor. So what is the new motion that you would like to see?
I was going to suggest that staff or that we have an invitation to the to the Sooke Multi-Belief Initiative to have a delegation to the CD committee.
Okay.
When they form.
Okay. Invite the
Sooke Multi-Belief Initiative. for a delegation to the CED committee.
So that's moved by Counselor St. Pierre and seconded by Counselor Bateman. Anything further at this point? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, great, thank you.
I didn't know how to.
The next one up is 9.3, the official community plan, bylaw number 800, restart and next steps. Over to staff, please.
Thank you, your worship, members of council and public staff. This is a report that was put together by staff, and I'd just like to thank Holden Blue, our senior policy planner, and Jaden Riley, our manager of planning, who are the ones who put this together. So I can't take any credit for this, but I certainly support it and present it to you today. So this is a plan to sort of bring our draft official community plan back up to the forefront and provide a way of trying to get it completed in the next year. Just to provide a bit of background on this issue, sorry. So the OCP, the draft OCP that is on our website right now was started in 2020, and the process that went through in 2020 and through to 2022 was to look at 4 phases of work. The first phase was building a baseline for the community. Phase 2 was a vision and growth scenarios. Phase 3 was a draft of the OCP, and then phase 4 was the finalizing the bylaw. Along the way, there were numerous opportunities for the public to provide input. I just sort of counted up the different touch points. There were 13 advisory committee meetings. There was 9 stakeholder meetings. There was 3 open houses, a public hearing, 4 pop-ups, and 19 council and committee of the whole meetings in the process of putting this draft plan together. The draft plan was paused in 2023 as a result of direction of council to hold off on completion of the bylaw readings in order to take stock in what Bill 44 was bringing forward, the housing statutes. And the current version of the OCP is the one that was presented to council in September 2022. So in terms of the sort of work plan that we're looking at, sorry. Yeah, so the reasons that the plan was paused at the time was because of the Bill 44 housing statutes that was looking at all municipalities to incorporate their housing needs for the next 20 years as part of the housing needs report. And we did bring that forward, that report forward to you in November. And so council or the municipality has to identify what their growth needs housing wise is over the next 20 years. And they have to put into their official community plan how they propose to provide that housing needs over the next 20 years. So that was one reason for holding off on the finalization of the OCP. There was a council change in there. There was major staffing changes. There was a new director of planning and development, new manager of planning, new senior planner for policy. So there's actually no staff in place right now who were part of that previous OCP draft process. So that's why we need to bring it back to you and provide some direction on how to continue it on. So the proposed work plan is to provide, well, I guess to start with, we as staff have made the assumption, and certainly as council, please correct us if we're wrong in our assumptions, but that this is this draft plan is something that you are supportive of for the most part. We have identified a number of issues that were raised in the process of the public participation and the various readings of the bylaw and the public hearing. So we've identified, in sort of broad terms, what some of those issues are, and those are the ones that we plan to sort of focus on in this process. I think it's important to note that we're flexible in terms of the tasks that are undertaken going forward. But in order to complete the work plan as suggested, it doesn't mean that we're throwing the old draft away and starting from scratch. We are assuming that the goals, the visions, the general direction of this official community plan is one in which you're supportive of. And we certainly plan on going through a fair bit of public engagement in order to address the concerns that were raised already, but also to identify any new changes. But those are the sort of assumptions we were making along the way for this work plan. So in terms of the work plan, we've kind of broke it down into 4 steps. We're already working on the first step, which is a preliminary review of the history of. So our senior policy planner has done a fairly extensive deep dive into all the public engagement that's been received thus far on the official community plan. He's even gone so far as to watch council meetings that the plan was presented to, gone through the stakeholder meetings, minutes of meetings. So we have a pretty good understanding of what the issues are that are being raised. So that's part of this first step. We're starting to look at the scope of the engagement that we're looking to do with the public. And then we have this touch point, which is tonight, in order to get direction to proceed. In the second phase of the plan, we're looking to do a comprehensive review of documents to identify potential changes. So just as sorry, I forgot to mention in the last slide, the items that we had identified thus far as being things to consider in terms of that were raised as issues. So sorry, working off my computer and the screen at the same time. So okay, I'll just carry on with the steps. So the third step, we do stakeholder engagement. We would do a number of touch points with council. We would be reviewing and compiling the feedback from the engagement sessions. We would rescind the second reading. So this bylaw has received first and second reading and had a public hearing. So we would need to rescind the second reading, go back to have a new second reading and have a new public hearing. So we'd have to sort of go back one step in order to continue on. And in the final step, we would be doing final edits of the plan and looking at getting sign off from various ministries and the region. And then we do third reading and adoption. So sorry, here's the slide I was thinking about in terms of the issues that we've addressed thus far. So development permit areas in the plan were something that were brought up, and the sort of added bureaucracy of the development permit areas and what new areas should be considered for development permit areas. There was concern about the clarity of the document, about the length of the document, about the language used in the document. So that's something that we're going to be conscious of going forward. There's some mapping changes that we're going to need to do. There's growth and density was an issue in the public hearing and in the public meetings. And then the cost to implement the plan. So there's talk of becoming greenhouse gas neutral. Well, what does that mean in terms of cost to the community? So what we'll be doing is looking at the document in terms of these sort of general themes. And we're certainly, this isn't an exhaustive list. There may be further things that you bring up tonight and or that come up at the public meeting. But I think really what we need to know at this point is that we're not changing the goals and vision and the sort of general intent of this official community plan, but we're looking at sort of addressing the concerns that were raised previously and identifying any new ones. And we're certainly willing to work through those. But in order to do this work plan that we're suggesting and do it in the budget that we're suggesting, we're working with the existing document. And part of that work will be the Bill 44 housing statutes, which I mentioned earlier. And so so that's the SHMU legislation that council will be dealing with shortly. And also looking to align with statutory requirements that may have changed since in the last couple of years. So in terms of additional considerations, we're looking at, in terms of communications, we would have our OCP engagement page, Picture Sooke, to be updated. That page has been up and running ever since the 2020 start of this official community plan review, and it will continue to be the main platform by which we engage with the community. So in terms of legal considerations, we'll have to ensure that we are consistent with the Local Government Act and that we incorporate the Bill 44 issues. And in terms of the budget, we are going to do the majority of this work in-house, but there will be need for help with the engagement process. And there is going to be a fair bit of work to this official community plan draft that we have is in a particular sort of publication software. And in order to work with that software, it's going to mean redoing a lot of things in order to make it, because we can take it out of that. You can't edit in this publication software. It's for a final document. And so you have to take it out of that and then do your edits and then put it back into the publication, like the finished product. So it's a fairly time-consuming process. So we have suggested 50,000 as the budget, but that's with the understanding that there is money from the provincial government for changes that were incurred as a result of the new legislation, the SHMU legislation. So we will be using some of that money, some towards this 50,000, but we have to be very clear in terms of the money we use that it's specifically for that. So we'll try and use as much of the SHMU money as we can, but some of that 50,000 would be covered by that funding. So the recommendation is to that council receive the report, direct staff to initiate the restart and to budget $50,000 for this project. There was a Gantt chart. I know it's probably tough to see because it's a fairly wide chart in a small page, but we do have a sort of step-by-step Gantt chart to the various touch points throughout with council and the various steps in the process and the timeframes for those. So basically, we're looking at adopting in December of this year, and that process basically works backwards from that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor St. Pierre.
There was a motion put forward that passed on July 8th with regards to, sorry about this. Very sorry about this. Basically, it had to do with working with the VRTC. They're in the process of developing their own strategic plan for where to spend money and where to do things. And what we need to know to work with them in order to potentially have frequent, we're never going to get, sky trains like the larger urban centers with transit corridors, but our equivalent would be bus routes with frequent transit. And the only way to get that is actually to have areas that have more density. So it actually means that the DRTC has a reason to actually put in those buses with frequent transit. One of the only ways that we can potentially do that is by working with the VRTC and how they do their planning so that we can actually know what sort of routes to put forward to the public so the public can tell us what they'd like to see. Is this part of the considerations in terms of moving forward, I hope?
Through your worship to Councillor Sapier. We are in discussions with them and we have talked about what densities are needed for that sort of categorization or to create that transit center stop. So yeah, I can't say how that's going to end up, but we are aware of that issue and we are discussing it with them.
So grateful to hear that because we all know that one of the solutions we're moving forward is better transit. But it's hard to attract the dollars here, the transit dollars, because they all go to the urban centers. Thanks.
And VRTC being the Victoria Regional Transit Commission. Okay, thank you. Questions? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
So yeah, thanks very much for this report. And, my life flashes back looking at all this work that's gone into this document to date. I'm just really curious. I know we've had all sorts of public engagement during COVID, of course, and then we had our rather eventful event at the downstairs of the community hall. Now, I'm wondering what the thinking is on this final stage of community engagement. Will it involve an in-person charrette or an event at the high school, or what have we got in mind?
Through your worship to Councillor Bateman. Part of this first phase in the work is to establish that public engagement process, and that will also help to determine what the budget will be that we need with the consultants. So certainly our plan to put together an engagement process, we haven't done that yet. It's kind of a chicken and an egg thing. We don't know how far to go down the road until we get some direction from council as to what extent of an update you're looking for. And that will help us to determine, the details of the next steps. Yeah.
Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, through your worship, the staff, back in the day, of course, we had a lot of complaints from the building community, and then staff at that time reached out to the building community and took in a lot of data, I understand. And has that been worked into the OCP, as we have it, or do you have that information that was captured at those meetings?
Yes, we do have that information, and it could be that the subject heading that you're talking about is the development permit areas, and that development permit process is part of the issues that were raised.
Yeah.
And certainly, like for instance, I've reached out to the Sooke Builders Association and said, if you have any issues with our development process, our building, our planning, please, get in touch with me. And we actually have a meeting next week to go through a whole bunch of issues. So it's not something that needs to necessarily go into an official community plan. It's something I can do on a daily basis to just create that relationship and address the concerns as they come up.
Okay, because the concern of the day was that they felt that they weren't heard because I was involved in the OCP, and I differed. I thought there's plenty of opportunity. But anyways, I just want them to be heard. I want them to be able to come to the new, whatever we're doing, or to you, and address those needs. And I understand from what you're telling me, that has happened and will happen. So thank you.
Yeah, and also just to part of the engagement process will be reaching out to stakeholder groups, not just the Builders Association, but other interests in the community. And so certainly in other official community plan processes I've been through, we'll put together a kind of canned presentation and say, here's what we're proposing and what do you think? And so it's not just doing an open house where people can come, but specifically going to interest groups in the community to find out what it is that they're interested in and what their concerns are. And so, I mean, with the proviso that we're not blowing it up and starting over, but that, the main goals and objectives of this plan are, set, but, if there's tweaks we can do that, we're happy to do it if it makes sense. So yeah, it's a tough one to deal with because, as soon as you start opening it up and to changes, then it kind of can get away on you pretty quickly. So it's going to be a bit of an exercise for staff and council to keep a kind of bit of a constraint around how far we go with. Yeah.
Councillor Pearson?
Yep, thank you for the report and it seems to be a long time coming. So quite a bit to talk about the SMU and Bill 44. Are we assuming that either we're going to implement it ourselves or it's going to be handed to us, like kind of as part of the OCP? Because I mean, we're going to talk a little later about, the letter that we've received from the Minister of Housing. So with regards to the OCP, how are we going to bridge that gap? Because we're currently in non-compliance with that.
Through your worship. So there is a requirement that we do a housing needs assessment, that we address how we're going to meet those needs, and that you put that into your official community plan. So the SMU legislation is a tool or a way of getting some of that future housing, but we have to change our official community plan. I mean, just like we're supposed to change our zoning bylaw, that's also a requirement of the province. And I'm assuming that either we'll adopt it or they'll adopt it for us. But one way or another, by the end of this year, we will be required to make these changes to our official community plan. It is mandated by the province.
And I heard all the engagement piece. Is there a plan to deal with council and do a presentation of kind of where we're at versus what we have heard as council to sort of take that first, because I got from what I recall at that time frame, a list of what the hot buttons were. And so is that part of that plan initially to sort of us vet through some of the high level stuff, I guess?
Yes, through your worship, the plan is to have several touch points with council along the way at sort of key steps along the way, yeah. So yeah, we're still putting that engagement process together, but the idea is that there will be touch points with council along the way for sure.
And specifically, I would personally like to have that at the very, very front end, where we can, feed that into you. I mean, whether you go with it or not, that's up to you. But, I recall some things that were a hot button. And then as we sort of come to the conclusion of the OCP, what will we do? In the past, we've had problems where there's a collision between the OCP, the TMP, 404, or building and Parks and Trails Master Plan. So where we have those collisions that we intrinsically seem to build into all of our plans, have we got a process for that at the back end?
So that's
to eliminate those collisions. That's what I would hope.
To your worship, so that once the official community plan is adopted, then it's the role of staff and council to then ensure that all your other bylaws and policies fall in step and in line with that, with the new official community plan and the new direction. That's not to say you have to do it the next week or the next day, but over time, the idea is that you will now, all your other documents will
Should
trickle, it should flow from that. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Counselor McMath?
Can you go back on your slides? I'll tell you when to stop. Oh, so fast. Right there. No. Yeah. Uh,
Yes.
There's a couple big ticket items and I think everyone remembers how packed this building was the last time we were here. So part of the reason for that is knowing what the primary concerns are and what's causing friction in the community is great. It's the process and the communication that follows after that. So a huge portion of the animosity that was felt, it comes down, so simplified, but it is the communication piece. So for example, the setback from it was originally 15, all of a sudden it's 30, and no one has any idea where that's come from. So you have all of these people who are affected, who are stakeholders, who were not engaged, and they are now being told, surprise, this is coming. So we get a huge pushback from that. All of us responded to hundreds of emails and we said, don't worry, we hear you, we're going to remedy this. Then we had an open house and lo and behold, here's a poster asking again and talking about the 30-meter setback. So all that engagement, all that communication that's happened where we say, we hear you, we acknowledge, we're going to amend, we're going to fix, we're going to resolve. All of that is absolutely decimated. And now people are more frustrated and more stressed because we said one thing, but then what's showing up is another. So that's one of the pieces where I'd love to hear how that communication is going to be more effective this round. Same thing with the DPAs. It's one thing to disagree with an approach. It's another thing to lack comprehension. So I think so much of the friction comes from that. We're not that invested in different perspectives. It's just that there is a complete understanding of why that process is being brought forward and how that process works, and showing how there isn't going to be a fiscal impact downloaded to different community stakeholders as well, not just the development community. Two more pieces is there is some redundancy in the OCP that I think would trim it quite a bit, and I'm happy to send it. And then the second piece was there are odd things. So we had at the time, the director of parks, we had a survey go out to the community. I think it cost us $60,000. And one of the primary questions in that was, does Sooke need a tree management bylaw? And the answer to that, it was close, but the answer was no. So a previous employee here wanted to remove ATVing from the OCP. And when questioned about that, they said, well, if you reference people ATVing, that just gives them free license to ATV all over the community. But then following that, in another subsection of the OCP, there is all of a sudden a tree management bylaw with like 4 points to it. And so we've had a discussion, multiple discussions in regular council meetings that we are not moving forward with that. Then it has suddenly appeared in the OCP. And then when questioned about why that has suddenly appeared in here, then the response was, well, it's aspirational. So one of the biggest issues with not just Sooke's OCP is that the language needs to be so clear that it can't be open to interpretation. So either it's aspirational or it is crystal clear. And so that's where a lot of the tension comes in. So any way that we also can help you with that is just would love to.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
Well, I'd like to thank Councilor McMath for mentioning clarity and brevity in the document. I know that's one of the things that I felt very strong. There is a fair amount of redundancy. While we're looking for cuts all over the place, I would love to see the document cut at least by half. And really a focus on making sure that all the information is as crystal clear as possible. Because if we can do that, then given that I do think it reflects what the community wants, I don't think that there will be I don't think they'll have any issues. I think for the most part, it's a great document in terms of the vision. It does come directly for the community. Not everyone may have felt they were adequately, had adequate chance for participation during COVID, and that's understandable. But I think it is a great document in terms of the content. But man, oh man, does it ever need a rework. So I'm glad that you can't actually just take what's in that published document and just use it as is because it sucks.
Okay,
So just to say that we do have that bullet document clarity, length and language. So I think that's what we were trying to portray is the issues that you've addressed, both Councillor McMath and yourself. Yeah. We definitely heard that multiple times.
okay, thank you. The other piece was just where it references other data is just now the census data would be available, some external sites. We didn't quite have that current information, so it would be great to see that all updated, but I think that kind of goes, is something you've mentioned. Okay, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so I'll just state I'm a fan of that document. I think the OCP draft bylaw is a substantial piece of work, and I would not like to see it cut in half. I would like to see it perhaps design-wise, you could be cutting it in half because there's a lot of big pictures and pages that you could digest into a smaller page count. In terms of the tree bylaw, which of course I voted in favor of, and I know Councillor McMath did not, and nor did several others. However, in our OCP implementation plan part 6, it does state prepare a tree management policy requiring the protection of significant trees and trees in environmentally sensitive areas and replacement trees for new developments and projects. So I'm not sure that there is a reference to a tree bylaw in the draft OCP, but there is a tree management policy, tree canopy, and that sort of good thing.
Okay, I think where some counselors just in terms of cutting it in half was that there was a lot of repetition where you would read through something and then later on you would read the same thing with something else. So it was condensing that. So that's where a lot of that could be condensed there. Okay, so going to the recommendations here, we'll do them each in one section at a time. The first one being that council receive the report titled Official Community Plan Bylaw Number 800, Restart and Next Steps for Information. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor McMath. Any discussion on the motion? I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. The next one is that council directs staff to initiate a restart of the official community plan update in general accordance with the proposed work plan included with this report as attachment 1. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Beddoes. Questions or any comments? All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. And lastly, that council budget 50,000 for assistance with engagement activities and materials compiling and presenting feedback and final design of the document. Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Pearson. Any comments, Councillor McMath?
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So the $50,000, before that is activated, I would love if we would get first glance at those pieces. So the 30-meter setback that I referenced, had we seen those communication pieces prior, it would have been something that we would have discussed and altered. So it would be really wonderful to have that stuff in front of us first before it goes for public consumption.
Okay, so like a council touch point.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so do you need an amendment to that or can staff just take that as direction?
I've certainly done that in the past with councils to say, here's what we're going to be presenting to the public and circulated it. And so, that council's aware of what's being presented. So that's not a problem.
Okay, good stuff. Okay, any other questions? I'll call the question then. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to 9.4, which is 2532 Sooke River Road subdivision in the Agricultural Land Reserve. We did hear from a member of the public who's kindly still with us in chambers tonight. Thank you. That as we work through this, we have the opportunity to ask questions. Over to staff, please.
This is an application for a two-lot subdivision in land that is in the Agricultural Land Reserve. It's at 2532 Sooke River Road. The subject property is 10.25 hectares. It's bisected by a creek. It's zoned RU3, small-scale agriculture. It's designated as agriculture within the district's official community plan. It's located outside of our community growth boundary and service area and contains an existing dwelling, active farm, and secondary farm dwelling and building, as well as livestock. So in terms of the process for some property like this that is going through a subdivision and is in the ALR, there's a requirement that as part of the Agricultural Land Commission Act, that the applicant come to council here first to get either a recommendation to take it forward to the Agricultural Land Commission, or that council decide not to forward it and because you're not in favor of the application. So it's the Agricultural Land Commission process to always go to the council of the community first, and then we make a recommendation whether to forward it on or not. So if we are supportive and moving it along to the Agricultural Land Commission, they can still decide whether to approve it or not based on their policies and regulations and things. So, but they want your recommendation first. So the proposal is to sever the property basically where the creek is, and so on the map there, it would be the northern portion is the 4 hectare piece, and then the southern portion where the existing home and buildings are is 6.24 hectares. The zoning has a minimum lot size of 4 hectares, so this severance would meet the zoning requirements. So this is the zoning bylaw for the proposal. The zoning does permit a single-family home as well as agriculture, and so the sort of the uses that are proposed and the severance that is proposed are all follow our zoning bylaw. But in terms of the official community plan, the agricultural OCP designation has the goal of protecting existing agricultural lands. The policies support a no net loss approach to existing capable and suitable farmland when making land use decisions. And the subdivision of a property would fragment the farmland and allow another single family home on a new lot that would occupy farmable land. So in this particular case, if you sever the property, now you are allowing for an additional single family home to be, on the new lot, and any accessory buildings and things that go along with that. And so that's considered a net loss of farmland. It's also our policy to this property is not within our community growth area. And so we have policy in the official community plan that recommends against doing any severing of land outside of that area, and specifically where it's not on the sewer. So there are, I think, 6 agricultural land classifications. The class 1 is land that has the best capability of agricultural use, and then obviously as you get higher in numbers, the farmability of the land, the quality of the soil is reduced. So in this particular property, the class is class 2 and 3, which identifies it as having good capabilities of farming. In terms of referral comments that we've received, it was referred to internal departments here and externally. The CRD commented that this particular application would not fit within their no net loss farmable land policy, and they've recommended against this severance. So as just to summarize, although the application does meet our zoning bylaw requirements in terms of the sizes of the lots and the uses that are proposed, it doesn't meet our policies in the official community plan in terms of no net loss of farmland, in terms of growth outside of our community growth area, and does not meet the CRD policies either. So we're recommending against forwarding this on to the Agricultural Land Commission.
Okay, thank you. Councillor St. Pierre.
Okay, so this is a bit near and dear to my heart, mostly because I also live on ALR. And I'm well aware that in order to actually farm smaller plots, you cannot actually mechanize, you can't spend the money on big machinery and tractors, you need people to actually produce food. If you don't have enough people on the land, you can't produce food, which means that we have a lot of agricultural land within the ALR that is producing no food or almost no food because we're not actually have enough people. Now, this could include actually allowing things like higher density and potentially even just allowing multifamily units in one single building. But all of these things are actually very challenging within the existing framework. I would support this application knowing that it's going to fail, with the idea that you should fight as hard as you can to try and make some changes here, because otherwise we're not going to actually be producing any food on any of this land. We need to come up with new ideas, out of the box thinking. The ALC is actually being more open to new ideas. I think you have to prove, maybe through an agronomist report, like get a professional on site to basically say, this is how we're going to minimize the impacts, and this is how we're going to increase food production, and this is how we're going to farm it. I still don't think it's going to work. But if you want to go to it, talk to me and do everything you can. But I support the motion in principle. I think it's likely to not go anywhere, but that's a problem we're all having.
There is no motion. It's just the recommendation is to not forward it. So when you say
I would support forwarding it. So
You
they have to
support-
deal with
okay.
it. So they have to think about it.
okay, thank you. So why don't you make a motion?
I will make the motion that council authorize the application to proceed to the ALC to subdivide the property within the agricultural land reserve located at 2532 Sooke River Road, legally described as Lot 3, Section 47, Sooke Land District Plan, VIP 2553.
Seconded by Councillor McMath. Anything more to say? We did hear from the applicant earlier. The time was off, so
No, I would just entreat the applicant to make every effort to come up with as much evidence as possible that farming will happen, that productivity will increase, and that the farming land base will be affected as minimally as possible. Do everything you can in those directions.
okay, Councillor McMath is the seconder.
I concur with Councillor St. Pierre. What he's basically alluding to is there is sections that are not being farmed. So by actually allowing that separation of property, you're gonna have more hands on deck who actually can create those smaller, more manageable farming opportunities.
Councillor Pearson, then Beddoes, then Bateman.
Yes. And I support what Councillor St. Pierre, because he is our ALR expert. These are two large properties and, I think it's 25 acres, he said in his presentation. So now we're down to 4 hectares in one and 6.24 in the other, which makes it more affordable, which means younger families can get into potential farming in small areas. So no, I'll be supporting the motion.
Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I too will support the motion in that I think there's a better chance of producing more food with two families doing it, having a small hobby farm myself with 4 or 5 acres, there was limitations of what I could do. And anything more than that, I wouldn't have been able to handle. So this way, if we've got 2 families that are interested in producing agricultural products, we have a much better chance of seeing them come to market. And, considering what we're dealing with south of the border, the more people we have on deck here producing food, it'd be a good thing. So I'll support that motion.
Counselor Bateman.
Well, I guess I'm alone perhaps in not supporting this motion, as the staff report clearly tells us. The 2010 OCP, which is the guiding document of this community, the will of the community at the time, and a still binding document, states that we are not to remove agricultural land outside the community growth area. So that's a clear statement from the community to this day. Sooke is renowned for removing vast chunks of ALR land in our first decade up to 2006. And we've been working hard to redress that imbalance in the recent years. The CRD referral notes that this removal would be inconsistent with the regional growth strategy, would result in a net loss of farmland. It also states size and shape of the proposed subdivision property make it unlikely to be used as operating agricultural lands. And also in the applicant's statement, the statement is a subdivision would make it less likely that this parcel would be purchased by a developer for smaller residential lots. Well, that is not going to happen. Simply, the ALC and the District of Sooke, and in fact, our pending OCP does strongly champion both food security, support of food security nonprofits, and also protection of farmland. So I think we should just make it clear that we are absolutely guided by our OCP as it currently stands, and that's that.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Bateman. The applicant is not intending to withdraw the land from the ALR. The land would remain within the ALR, and the intention is to use the land that is currently vacant and begin to farm it.
And put a home.
Well, they would need to live somewhere. So in this case, it is providing a house, and it is providing that farming opportunity at home. The applicant provided publicly their rationale and their intention and what their desire and the goal is and their whole objective. It's completely outlined within here. On the one, all the farming activities that is occurring to date is on the other parcel, the larger parcel, I believe, the 6.2 hectares on the south part. And the 4 hectares north is vacant. That's the creek, I understand, that is separating the two. So it's not being used for anything. So by not advancing this, nothing will happen. That land will sit there and nothing will occur. This does provide an opportunity for a family to remain in Sooke and for a family to farm this land. We heard earlier from the Sun River Community Garden Group on how much that volunteer or that group of residents is producing on that particular parcel. I don't know. Now I'm looking at my math, trying to convert the size of that parcel of land, but in the areas that they're growing, I think it was around 1,635 pounds of produce is produced out of the grow for Sooke section. I don't know if that includes all of the allotments total or if it was that particular section. So it just shows that a large volume could be produced on this particular land should the residents be given the choice. The CRD right now, through its own AAP process, is actively trying to get more food production. So I appreciate that that is not closed, but given that there has been an identified need by the board about food security, I see a Sooke solution here with the soils that even have the good capability to farm available. It would be one thing if the soil quality did not allow for farming, but in this case, it's proven that it can deliver that. So I will leave it that I appreciate that staff is working with our current policy and OCP that is dated. A new reality is upon us now. And I think I am in support of this, and I hope that the applicant has success in this, because we do need more farm, as their proven success already to date. We need more of that in our community. But I'll go to Councillor St. Pierre.
I really do appreciate the work of staff in terms of, you're following the rules, you're following the OCP. It makes sense following unfortunately, from my perspective, all of that legislation needs to be looked at in terms of enhancing food productivity in order to achieve food security. And that's not actually the goal. The goal has been no net loss. It's been no net loss for a long time. I think we should be looking at things like apartment buildings on a property that size that would allow essentially what's needed, which is about one family per 1 to 2 acres. That's actually what you need to farm with muscle, with people power. If you actually if you took an agronomist and said, no, that's the rocky part of the property, that's like Ag 7, and put an apartment building, and then actually had affordable housing with food production all over the place. This is out of the box thinking. I know it's
There's
crazy.
a point of order, St. Pierre.
Okay, I'm sorry. Apologize.
Drifting. Thank you.
What I'm saying here is that the ALC and everybody needs to be challenged on this with new ideas that they might like. And I appreciate that this is not within the OCP, and I appreciate this is not within the rules, but this is where the rules need to be changed a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, anything else from members of council? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. And opposed is Councillor Bateman, and that carries. Thank you. To the applicant that's still here, you can feel free to leave now, but thank you for staying, just in case we had questions, but thank you very much.
Exactly.
Well, you may have some zoning.
He said it was okay.
Councillor St. Pierre, that will fall outside of the zoning, but I think what your proposed will fit within the zoning. Okay, next is 9.5. Thank you, gentlemen. 9.5 is subdivision development standards bylaw, the transportation master plan update.
Perfect. Thank you. And through your worship to council, a lot of information in this report, but to simplify it a little bit, the report has 3 parts to it. The first being an update to council on the deliverables and the timeframe associated with the draft subdivision development standards bylaw. The second part is to inform council on the timeframe and deliverables that are associated with the TMP midpoint review that is planned for the second quarter of 2025. And the third part is to obtain council direction regarding timeframe, process, and desire for potential amendments to the TMP Transportation Master Plan levels of service, which is the town center, suburban, and rural area, as well as the road cross sections that are defined in the Transportation Master Plan. The third part is the main purpose of this report and receiving council's direction tonight. Going into the first part, the subdivision and development standards bylaw is with our legal right now for final draft and legal review. Council will be provided with an update regarding a legal opinion for a potential local road frontage improvement program in a closed meeting prior to the draft coming forward and being presented to council. Staff will compile the draft subdivision development standard bylaw. This will be presented to council for consideration of initial readings in March 2025. In presenting the bylaw is going to be presented. It has a clean front end of the bylaw and a clean back end of the bylaw. They're 2 very simple parts with a lot of information in them. The front end is the rules of engagement, what you have to do and when you need to do it. And the back end of the bylaw is very generic, but it's technical specifications that are in alignment with municipal design guidelines and MMCD rules. With that, when the bylaw is presented to council for initial readings, we will put forward recommendations based on best practices for setting exemptions to frontage improvement requirements. Staff will be requesting council direction on setting those exemption levels when the draft bylaw comes forward for initial readings. Following initial readings of the bylaw and council's consideration of that, consultation will be conducted with the development community. The subdivision development standards bylaw will be presented to council following this consultation for potential adoption consideration in spring 2025. Any of the TMP, Transportation Master Plan, levels of service, or road cross-section potential amendments, they will be incorporated into the new subdivision bylaw following council's consideration of adoption. The time frame for the incorporation of these potential amendments is what we're seeking council's direction tonight from, because it would be a wholesome public consultation involvement or process that's involved in making or determining those potential amendments. The second part of the report is the TMP midpoint review. It's going to have three components of that presented to council. The first is going to be a full staff review of the TMP with recommendations on minor housekeeping amendments. The second piece will be incorporation of any desired council minor amendments to the transportation master plan. And the third piece of it will be a complete status update on all the administrative and capital initiatives within the TMP that have been executed to date following the endorsement of the plan in 2020, 2021. What's not going to happen in the TMP midpoint review is an amendment of the levels of service for the town center, the suburban area, as well as the rural areas or the road cross sections. That is ultimately determined from major amendments to the TMP, and we'll take council's direction, and we're trying to feel out what timeframe council wants this to happen in, because we can advance it right away, or we can wait till the TMP midpoint review to receive direction from council at that time. So the third part is the amendments to the levels of service within the TMP, as well as potential amendments to the associated road cross sections. When the TMP was developed, so the official community plan growth areas inform the levels of service that are basically defined in the TMP. So in your OCP, the town center area equals the town center level of service in the transportation master plan. The community growth area in the OCP is equal to the suburban area in the transportation master plan. And then the non-community growth area or outside those boundaries is equal to the rural level of service area in the TMP. Within the TMP, they define the road cross-section elements. For each of those levels of service area, there are one of four roads: highways, local, arterial, and collector roads, and they all have different road standards that are associated with them. The TMP level of service and the road cross sections within the TMP inform the subdivision and development standards by law. Essentially, when they're created, they then get put in and they inform what they are in the development standards by law for the development community and the public. So options for council, there's two options in the resolution. But council could provide direction to staff to give us direct specific amendments, what council desires to see amended for the level of service boundaries as well as the road cross sections. We could make those amendments. They could provide staff with direction that following the TMP midpoint review, they would like staff to go out for proposals, retain a consultant, and then bring council and the public through a public consultation process that would inform if any amendments were desired to the levels of service as well as the road cross sections. If that was determined at the TMP midpoint review, which is planned for the second quarter, by the time we went for proposals, retained a consultant, that consultation process, which can be anywhere from 3 to 6 months, depending on how much effort needs to go in or council desires to see go into that public consultation, it would not be completed until near the end of 2025 or through 2026 to see those amendments then incorporated into your new draft subdivision and development standards by law. The second option in council's resolutions tonight would be to provide staff with direction immediately to seek these proposals, retain a consultant for a public consultation process. In doing that, we would basically put out proposals for standard consultation. We would include maybe up to 3 public open houses, So everyone was bidding apples to apples. It would be workshops with council, with staff, and a certain amount of hours for the consultation. It will cost anywhere from $50,000 to $70,000, depending on how much input needs to go into and how much public consultation occurs. But we can determine that after seeking proposals from consultants and going out publicly for that. So the anticipated timeframe summary of all this is in March 2025. I will be presenting a legal opinion to council regarding incorporation of a potential local road frontage improvement program. We will also be presenting the draft subdivision development standards bylaw. Key piece of it, we will be seeking council's direction on exemptions for frontage improvements. In April 2025, we plan to bring forward the draft subdivisions development standards bylaw for consultation with the development community following initial readings of the bylaw. Going forward into May 2025, the draft subdivision bylaw would be presented to council for consideration of adoption. We would also, if council gave us immediate direction to get proposals to retain a consultant, be in the process or starting to engage the TMP midpoint review, as well as going out for basically the public consultation in unison with that timeframe. So in May, we would essentially be doing the TMP midpoint review. By June and July, we would hopefully be in process of the public consultation with the transportation master plan to determine any potential amendments to the level of service in the cross sections. And then in August or September 2025, we could then incorporate those into the development bylaw. There's a lot of moving pieces here. We are very close on bringing the final draft subdivision development standards bylaw forward. We have heard that council would like the levels of service looked at as well as the road cross sections. We've heard it from council. We've heard it from the development community. The best practice process of that is a wholesome public consultation, because those are basically the main pieces of consultation in developing a transportation master plan. There's a lot of language that goes into those plans, but the biggest piece is for staff to receive direction from council as well as the public to hear that this is the level of service you live in. Is that appropriate? And these are the road cross sections that are associated with that level of service, meaning putting it out to the public to say, if you were to develop on your street or anyone else was to develop around you, this is the requirement that developers would be held to if they were required to do frontage improvements. A lot of information here. Like I alluded to, two options are presented to council tonight for consideration. Would be waiting on the public consultation for the until we do our TMP midpoint review and provide us direction to go out to retain a consultant then, or to provide us immediate direction right now to go out for consult or to retain a consultant so that we can engage this process as fast as possible and put any potential desired amendments to these cross sections or levels of service right into our subdivision development standards bylaw following adoption. A lot of information, but I'm happy to answer any questions on this. This
Thank
could have been a 20-page report. I've kept it to 3. There's a lot in there. And yes, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. I'll go to Councillor Pearson, then St. Pierre, then McMath.
I want Al Beddoes to recall what you said.
Well.
No, actually, no.
No, I could put it in a very, I heard everything he said.
Word for word. No, I appreciate this. I think for me, the part that's kind of, I like the midpoint review. I like the first option better because I think it kind of puts us in context for us looking at it more wholesomely. I think you got a lot of elements in there that I think have been on the back burner or sort of sizzling up to the front burner, with a couple of, variances and things that have come forward. So I really appreciate the hard work that you've put into this, because there's 1 ton of information, but people are pulling for that information now. And then that's very common questions, what you've encompassed there. So I will be making a motion towards the first one.
Okay, go ahead and make it.
Okay. So that council directs staff to conduct the Transportation Master Plan TMP midpoint review by the end of the second quarter in 2025 and provide council with results and receive direction on the next steps, which will inform an update to the subdivision and development standards bylaw.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by McMath. Okay, do you have anything more?
No, I think I already kind of said all.
Okay, Counselor McMath?
I just have a couple of questions. One of the awkward pieces with all of these like master plans and major documents is who's first, what's first. So you referenced that you're kind of handcuffed by the 2010 OCP, and we are going through a process to revamp. So I'm hesitant to put a lot of money into having that public consultation when at this juncture we don't really know where we're headed. Especially like how we sort of were mandated now for our SHMU or whatever we're calling it. Those pieces, there's always these curveballs that are coming. So to invest, say it's like $50,000 for this engagement, but we have no direction at this juncture. I would definitely appreciate what you say. There's going to be a lag with those pieces. I would just hate to waste the money if we decide amongst the group that we're going to alter the OCP, or the implications that the changes to the OCP would have on the direction that it sends for the transportation master plan. So if,
So I was gonna get staff to comment back. on that.
perfect.
Okay,
So yeah, no, that's excellent point, Councillor McMath, and through your worship to Councillor McMath and council. It is best practice for the OCP community growth areas and the areas in the OCP to be aligned with the levels of service that are in the TMP. That is best practice. They can be different. Because they're for two different things. Basically, the levels of service that are in the TMP will basically set the standard for what road cross sections are applicable in there. But they can be changed at different times. Those two things can run independently and run at different times. The big pieces, and hopefully this provides council with a bit more information on their decision. I hear with spending this initial money up front on going to the consultation. But ultimately, like if we do a consultation on this, when we do our TMP midpoint review, it's not necessarily going to be staff coming forward and saying in this review, hey, these are all the levels of service. These are all our recommended adjustments. That piece we're not going to be commenting on because that's essentially what we need from council and the public to determine those levels of service boundaries as well as these associated road cross sections. So there will be no different information today than there will be in the TMP midpoint review in regards to the level of service areas or any of the cross sections. It will be strictly the update on minor housekeeping amendments, the status of the plan, and if council at that time, they could provide staff with specific direction saying council wants to see these exact amendments to the boundaries, wants to see these exact amendments to the cross sections. We can make those amendments without a public consultation and they could be incorporated into the bylaw shortly following the adoption of it. But what it would be recommended and what follows best practices would be to go to a wholesome public consultation on that. But if we do that at the point of the TMP midpoint review, this public consultation will most likely not happen through 2025, or it'll be at the end of 2025, which means if there are any desired amendments to the level of service areas and the cross sections, that these potentially would not be incorporated into the new development standards bylaw until around the first quarter of 2026 would be anticipated. If council goes with the second option,
The
we
first
go out
one's
for
on the floor.
consultation. Okay.
so,
So the only, thank you. The only issue is prior to this, when we were going through the OCP process, there were multiple moments where the direction of the OCP started to be determined by the TMP, which I don't think is really ideal. So, yeah, go ahead.
no, I'm gonna go to, sorry, I'll go to Counselor St. Pierre and then I'll come to Counselor Beddoes for that.
Okay, I have a number of comments. First of all, thank you. I like to hear, I'm looking forward to the work on the exemptions, very much so. I'm curious, can you give me a yes or no answer on at least one question? Is it possible to put a Band-Aid on some of the housekeeping fixes without all the rest? Because it sounds like you don't need major consultation for the housekeeping fixes. So that's something that could be brought forward at any point in time to basically tidy things up, correct? Perfect. Good. Yes or no, that's it?
Sorry, yes, that would be for the midpoint review.
There, time out, we're done. Sorry, I'm being cruel. Mostly because my brains are leaking right now and you're too fast, too smart right now for me. I'm just not able to handle it. All right. Here's my next question. And this one, I will look for a more fulsome answer from, through your worship, to staff. Right now, we're looking at the VRTC potentially affecting where we're going to want to put density and so on and so forth. We have the PTMP. Sorry, let's look at the Ministry of Transportation and Transit now. It's not just transportation, not just roads. Now it's transit. It's getting around, active transportation, all the rest. I don't understand why our transportation, first of all, is being smashed up without like first we are including the VRTC, but we're doing it at the OCP level. And then we're doing the TMP, but we're not including the PTMP, which is the trails. It doesn't make sense to me. I think what we need is a robust public engagement that includes the VRTC, the OCP, the PTMP, and the TMP in terms of our transportation, what the community wants. Because it has to be integrated and all these things are going to feed on themselves. If we're going to pay big bucks on consultation, let's do it once. It'll be less burdensome on the public. We'll get better information and we can spend more because we're going to be saving money and doing multiple consultations. So I would prefer that we look at this in that light. And that's my brainwave for tonight. You got it. That's it. I'm done.
Anything, Mr. Carter?
Mr. Marshall could allude or build on this a little bit more, but my suggestion and recommendation would be to hone in a specific consultation for the level of service areas as well as the road cross sections, because those are exactly what is pertaining to every development application, every requirement for every single development application that comes forward to council, as well as every variance request to do the frontage improvements that comes forward to council. That addresses a huge challenge for us to overcome. And I believe it would be done if it was multiple consultations on so many different items. The site might get lost on the level of service, the road cross sections that are required for developments that are required to do frontage improvements.
May I follow up? My concern is actually, I agree with what you're saying, but what I see happening is without having the element of the OCP and, for example, the VRTC basically helping us decide, for example, where do we want to put our density? That could potentially determine, so what is the growth boundary? What is the town center? At that point, the cross sections could shift. But what if the public doesn't want it to shift at that point in time? They've already told you what they want in terms of the TMP. And then all of a sudden we're unless this stuff is actually aligned with itself and integrated, there's no clarity and transparency in terms of what's actually going to happen, would be my concern. And could you comment on that, please?
Either Mr. Carter or maybe Mr. Marshall, because we did.
I do not support the motion as it stands. I would support bringing in a consultant and doing a robust consultation on all elements.
I'll open up to Mr. Marshall, but I'd be asking for more of a specific question that you're wanting me to answer, if you could reiterate that.
I will have to come back to me. Maybe Mr. Marshall could comment. It'll come back to me.
Yeah, the official community plan does not, it's high level. It's saying in your community, what we want to promote is multimodal, active transportation, options for transportation. And so the transportation master plan takes that general direction and then says, here's how we're going to implement that general direction. The official community plan doesn't say, in this particular neighborhood, you should have this particular cross section on this particular road. I mean, it's a guiding document for how you want transportation to work in your community. And the transportation master plan then takes that guidance and tries to implement it, right? So there is no, there's definitely wiggle room in what happens in the TMT. I mean, it's gray in terms of how they're matching. As long as it's, you want the transportation master plan to match the goals and objectives of the official community plan. But that official community plan is not providing detailed direction. It's providing high level direction.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Counselor Beddoes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a clarification for Council McMath. One of the biggest complaints I heard when I was involved in the committee with the OCP making recommendations is the transportation master plan should have been done after the OCP rather than before the OCP. And I've seen numerous problems crop up because we didn't follow that advice. Not that we had much of a choice, because the transportation master plan was voted just when we first came into office the first time, and then we went through the OCP. And I heard staff say much the same thing. The transportation master plan flows from the OCP. So I'm inclined to go with the option that's put on by Pearson McMath, that we have the mid review first, see where we're at with it. And then at that time, we'll have a better idea of what's going on with the OCP. And at that time, we can get the consultants to come in if so needed. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, Counselor Bateman.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion as well. I guess my one concern here is that there is a very clear delineated point by point plan within the transportation master plan. Will that be reviewed in each of its categories: complete streets, walking and rolling, transit, cycling?
Each of those components of the TMP are summarized in, I believe it's section 9. It's alluded to in the report, and that is basically the action plan. So within the action plan, it shows short, medium, and long-term goals.
Yes.
Those goals and objectives are capital projects as well as administrative priorities that are identified within the plan. That is what we will be providing a wholesome update on as to where we're at, what we've accomplished, what is still on the plate to come forward.
Okay. My comment relates to, yes, the transportation master plan and parks and trails were done ahead of the OCP, and that's just a fact. And I don't find that these master plans are particularly controversial. They have informed the OCP, and I guess we have a chance to continually refine it in the coming months. Yeah, and here's a question. Now, in the document itself, there is a reference to level of service, LOS, and it refers specifically, according to the definition, as a description of intersection performance based on delay and queue length, and commonly expressed using letter grades. Now, I don't see level of service referred to elsewhere in the document, so I got a bit confused, I confess.
I can answer that. So level of service, when traffic engineers analyze flow patterns of traffic, whether it be through intersections, roundabouts, there is in engineering standards, A, B, C, D, E levels of service. They consider different ones acceptable. Basically a high level of service, it's rated as an A, it's going to flow huge and great. If it's down to a D, you know what, it's going to cause congestion problems in queue. So that is referencing a traffic analyst level of service. The level of service that I'm discussing here is the level of service for those 3 different areas that are also defined in the TMP, and those are the ones in alignment with the OCP, essentially. There are only 4 critical components to the TMP as well as the subdivision and development standards bylaw. There is 1, the exemptions, which we will bring forward with looking and seeking council's direction for the frontage improvement requirements, as well as the 2 primary components are those levels of service boundaries and the cross sections that are defined in the TMP, because they're essentially setting the framework for what all development is required to build out when they're required to do frontage improvements.
Okay, and I see back on September 9th, we made a motion to adjust service area boundary to change the gateway residential area from suburban level of service to rural. And in your Road Gazette Atlas, you have in fact done that.
Yeah, so I need to provide comment on that. That was direction provided in drafting the new subdivision development standards bylaw. That was when I was sort of under the impression that council might want to see one desired direct amendment, changing that whole level of service area. Prior to me bringing that bylaw forward to and for adoption, I would caution and provide council with the recommendation that this is a decision that would be made without public consultation. And if more than one of these changes, council desired more than one of these changes to those boundaries, that it would be recommended to go to public consultation. Even with a major change to the gateway residential area, we could bring the draft forward, but I would have brought that draft forward and saying council may want to give staff direction to go out for public consultation for this direct amendment. So it would be, we can do that, which I have alluded to in this report. Best practice would be to go to public consultation for any amendments to the level of service areas or the road cross sections.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre.
I want to clarify this a bit. So as Councillor Beddoes is fond of saying, the devil's in the details. And from what I can tell, the details are the levels of service and the cross sections. Because basically they're what operationalize the OCP in terms of the different areas, in terms of the growth, the town center and the other areas, the rural area. I don't know. Having said that, I need to understand a little bit better how this is going to work. So for example, if we were to approve the motion as it stands, does that mean that we would then have cross sections and levels of service determined to be presented to the public during the OCP consultation so they can understand what's going to happen? No, so that is not what we're getting there. Okay, having said that, I think that the consultation is that much more important. The public has been very vocal in terms of wanting to have input on transportation. Most of our really contentious issues in council chambers have been around, honestly, cross sections and levels of service. If the public is not consulted on this, I think we're just asking for more trouble in the future. This will not fly.
Okay,
It's not going to work. We're just going to have more heartache.
Councillor McMath.
It's not that we're not going to consult the public. It's just that there could be a delay to the consultation process. So the motion that's on the floor is to have the midpoint review. And then at that time, we can decide what direction we want to go and what that consultation process looks like. It's not saying that we're not going to include them. It's just, what does that look like? Yeah, no problem.
Because at that time, the OCP process is also underway. Yeah. And we do have a deadline to adopt that. So, yeah, no, that's okay. So that's why I think it's actually good that these two reports are on tonight's agenda together and the way they were ordered, because then you can see how they work together. Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of the motion? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Moving on here is new business, item 10. New business, sorry, yes?
Yes. I haven't seen in correspondence, and I'm the council rep on the Sooke Regional Historical Society. They want to declare February 17th to the 23rd Heritage Week. So in my absence next week, could somebody watch for that and declare Heritage Week?
Yeah, so
We should have received a letter from
Yes.
Michelle Richard, but I haven't got it in my correspondence.
so that has come through, and through our proclamation policy,
Yeah.
as mayor, I can do that proclamation.
Okay.
So it has been drafted and it doesn't need to come to council, so we can consider that done.
Excellent.
Okay, that was your new business. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Bateman, I think?
Yeah, so. Under item 9.3 tonight, there was an item 3, which was an AVIC resolution regarding the BC Human Rights Tribunal. And I failed to flag it and raise it in the moment. Now, I know there's some correspondence later from AVIC, so I have prepared a notice of motion, which is in the supplemental agenda. And given the AVIC deadline for these resolutions is next week, we must address this today if we want it to go forward.
So you can raise it now then as business arising. I think there is material that's been provided in advance for that to come forward, because otherwise we'd miss the deadline.
Yeah.
I'll just ask staff to bring that forward. Yes?
Just a point is that we've had an email in the last 10 minutes that somebody would ask
Yes, of
that
course.
we explain what AVIC is. and along with all of our acronyms.
Oh, acronym.
Okay,
So
so that would be
somebody's at
the,
home watching, so I'm really happy about that part.
thank you for noting that, and it would be the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities.
That's correct.
Of which Sooke is a member. Okay, so we'll just have that in a moment on the screen.
Thank you so much.
Just for clarity, Councillor Bateman, you're referring to the human rights,
Yes.
whereas, and is the text that was included in 11.8, the supplemental agenda? Okay, okay. Just one second.
There has been a call for a health break at this time, which is actually good timing. So yes, as staff get that on the screen, this is an opportunity for us to recess. So it's 9:40. We'll reconvene at 9:45. That works? Okay. Everyone, it's 9:45. If I could ask everyone to return to their seats, please. We're missing someone. Oh, okay. All right, well, we still have quorum, so we can now proceed with the new business item that was raised by Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so.
Let's just get it on the screen here. Okay, so here's your item that, and it's an AVICC, Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities resolution that you look to bring forward to the AGM. So I'll go to you, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so this was item 3, as I said earlier, in item 9.3, the follow-up on the council signed bylaw delegation. And one of the points raised that night was that the Human Rights Tribunal has a large backlog of complaints. In fact, there is a complaint coming forward from a Sooke resident that has taken at least 2.5 years so far. So there is a need for the Human Rights Tribunal to get additional funding so that it can process these complaints in a time, as it states in its mandate, in a just and timely fashion. So the province did, as I state in this resolution here, which builds on a really good, simple, straightforward staff recommendation that's in our report under 9.3. 9.2, correct. And there it is. I think it's a very straightforward ask here. We're stating that that the work of the Human Rights Tribunal is
Okay.
critical.
Why don't you read out the resolution?
Shall I do so?
Read out the resolution because it covers everything.
Before I run out of breath here. Okay,
Yeah.
so whereas the BC Human Rights Tribunal plays a critical role in upholding and addressing human rights by delivering the quote, just and timely resolution of discrimination complaints under the BC Human Rights Code. And whereas a large backlog of complaints and a growing volume of new submissions has led to extensive adjudication delays that exacerbate the harm experienced by complainants, leaving British Columbians without timely support or closure. And whereas additional provincial funding committed in 2023 has improved timelines, but is nonetheless proving insufficient in effectively processing existing and new case files. Therefore, be it resolved that AVIC and the UBCM ask that the province of British Columbia act immediately on recommendation 12A of the BC Office of the Human Rights Commissioners From Hate to Hope report, namely that, quote, the Attorney General should take steps to enable the BC Human Rights Tribunal to be more responsive to hate, including by ensuring adequate funding to the tribunal to effectively process complaints.
Okay, so that's a motion to go forward to the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities, moved by Councillor Bateman. It's seconded by Councillor Pearson. Anything further, Councillor Bateman? Councillor Pearson?
No.
Anything from anyone else? They'll call a question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So staff will send that forward and it'll come up at the AGM. Okay?
And on a related note, can I mention now that last year we considered a late AVIC resolution related to the 1% utility tax and how that has grown increasingly outdated. So we don't have time to prepare that immediately, but perhaps in March. The late deadline is April 10th. And perhaps in March, Mr. Curry's brought forward a lot of information on that.
So the other opportunity there is, yes, certainly to do that. So we're not writing it right now, or it could be submitted directly to the Union of BC Municipalities, in which there is more time. But either or, it's better to have it in sooner rather than later anyway. Okay, so we're into our correspondence section. So the first one up is 11.1, a letter from the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs regarding Bill 44. So their response letter is here, and I have asked staff, or I'll put this motion forward for council to consider. Well, that's very small font. That counts. Thank you. That's a bit better. I think I can read it. That council received the letter dated, sorry, the date was January 16, 2025, and direct staff to prepare a report for council's consideration and include the bylaw for adoption. And further, that council directs staff to write to the minister advising receipt of this letter. That's a motion. No, I was gonna move that because I pulled it for discussion. So is anyone willing to second that? Seconded by Councillor Pearson. So just getting something on the floor here is the letter indicates and touches on opening all of the restricted zones, which is very concerning. And that's where I'm asking staff to bring something back. The minister has given us a bit of grace in terms of timing. So 30 days after receipt of the notice, which is why the second part of that is that staff write back to the minister acknowledging receipt. And that, unfortunately, I feel that it's a very medieval approach, but that we do need to look at adopting this bylaw. Councillor Pearson. But that'll come.
Well, can we, I guess so can we ask is there a point in having a vote if no one's changed their mind? Because we're still at 3 and 3. So it sounds like there might be from your thing. So.
We got a motion on the floor.
There's a motion
Yeah.
on the floor, so
Yeah.
that's why council will bring it back. But given that we have the timeline to work with, it allows us for that, for staff to report back to us on what the contents of the letter. And just given my interpretation of this, there are reasons why the restricted zones are restricted. And so for the ministry to now go and open up all those zones would be challenging and I think would cause issues with our OCP in terms of where we want density to be if they start allowing this in restricted zones. But that's the part that staff will clarify. And then if council is content with that, we could adopt the bylaw and send it back.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. I think point has been made and let's move on, get things done.
Any Councillor McMahon?
Just so we're clear, so their response to our pushback is that if we don't do it, they're going to open up restricted areas and implement. So it's just like it's just a threat.
Potentially. But that's why I want staff to bring it back so that we have that, their interpretation in front of us, because I'm just going on my layperson's.
Yeah. And then there was some conversation about Vancouver. North Van taking them to court. So I'd like that to be included in the report as well.
Yeah, we can pull that. That was in the latest Union of BC Municipalities newsletter. They provided the court details.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything from anyone else? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, through you to our Director of Planning. Could you please redefine just for us now restricted zones?
This is why I'm asking staff to bring
Okay,
this
we'll
back.
get that back. Okay.
Okay, so that's why we're directing staff to prepare the report and we'll provide that information.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then by this motion, that we're understanding is that we're moving closer to compliance with Bill 44 we have a time frame now that we can actually recover. Is that what I'm understanding, the way that this is written?
The way it's written to me is yes, it appears that way. If we don't do this, they will do this. And therefore you have 30 days upon receipt of this letter to come into compliance. So that's where I'm saying the minister has provided a bit of a grace as opposed to just coming in and doing this.
Okay. I will support the motion. Even though I seconded, I will support the motion. I did it for discussion. I will support the motion with the intent of us moving forward.
Okay, so this will come to the next available meeting. And then, yes, it's just because of the time sensitivity is advising the minister that we've received it and this is what we're doing with the resolution. Yes.
My apologies. This will not come to the next available meeting. This will come to the February 18th meeting because
Okay.
we have statutory notice requirements.
Okay, understood. Thank you. So February 18th, and we're still within. I think that's why we need to write to advise that we are now over the 30 days.
30 days from receipt of the letter would actually be February 19th because the date of receipt was not the date of the letter.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Counselor St. Pierre.
I just want to confirm that this meeting on February 18th, I believe, is that the date?
It's a committee of the whole that will be called as a special council meeting.
Okay.
And
we-
it's-
We would receive a report and potentially be able to move the bylaw forward immediately.
Yes,
Perfect.
or not.
Or not, of course, or not. I just wanted to confirm that we're within the timelines, because if we're receiving a report and then we don't have the option of actually just, thank you very much, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why there's a tight turnaround. Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The next one is a letter that came by mail to all of council, so that is why this is here. I have since written the writer back and recommended that they approach BC Assessment directly. But given that this was a letter that was addressed to all of us, this is why this is here, unless council, so I have written back, unless council wishes to do something different here. Normally, appeals with BC Assessment, residents work directly with BC Assessment. We don't appeal on their behalf, but this was the request that came forward here. So I was just going to move that we receive for information. Unless council.
They have until April 30th to file appeals of property assessments. I guess my question related to the property owner's request for district assistance in armoring the shoreline with higher seawalls and his notes around the larger community impact in that very sea level community down on Kaltassin. I was unsure whether it is a municipal responsibility to do that kind of work.
Staff?
Through your worship to Councillor Bateman, typically no, that would not be the responsibility of the district to assist residents that own oceanfront property with their personal seawalls due to climate change, and hence the timing of the setback conversation from the ocean from 30 to 15 meters. So it's an interesting piece of correspondence. But yes, through the assessment question, as Mayor Tate stated, that should go through BC Assessment. Staff don't normally, or council doesn't normally support those initiatives. Since I've been here, at least I know that. And as far as a retaining wall, that is, unless received direction specifically from council, that's not something staff would engage with the resident on.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, over to our finance director.
Through your worship to council, I just to make the record straight. This is from BC Assessment website. The deadline to file appeal for 2025 assessment is January 31st, 2025. I don't want to mislead this property owner. January 31st, 2025.
I'll repeat that, January 31st.
Yeah, there's like 4 days away.
Okay, and I will share that I have written back to this property owner and advised them of the January 31st deadline as well. Okay, so a motion to receive, please, by Councillor McMath, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Thank you. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. We'll go through one more here, 11.3, the Sooke Clinic. This was pulled by Councillor Pearson. So over to Councillor Pearson.
And I apologize, you guys are so late on the night. You waited for all that. You had to wait for all the time. And I really appreciate you being here. But my purpose of bringing this forward was because we've received some information, and I look at this and it dates back to 2007. There's communication right back, from the doctors. This all-encompassing document, and I wanted to bring it up for myself and fellow councillors to discuss what is next. like, what can we do to further this forward as a council and as a local government? Because 2007 and it's 2025 tells me that we're still spinning our wheels somehow, someplace, somewhere. And I don't want to be critical because there's been so much amazing good work done by so many amazing people, led by our mayor, 2 terms, and trying to get this. And it feels like we're just looking over that horizon yet one more time. Local government and our provincial government and our funding disappears, and commitments that are made are gone. So I'm asking my fellow councillors, I hope you guys have time to read this and consider what we can do. And I really don't know what that looks like as a motion. I'm putting it on the floor for discussion, if anybody has any.
Well, there is information. I brought this because this was the actual plan that was submitted initially in December 2018. And there has been some wins along the way, particularly thanks to the work of Searchin that they've done over the years. And we are about to receive some more information that is currently confidential. So at that point, I don't have much more, unfortunately, to share with the public.
And I may have raised some eyebrows by me bringing this forward, and I do recognize there is some sensitivities around confidential. This piece that I think that I got on the public agenda was to I just feel that we can't lose the traction that we already have, and hopefully you have good information that's there. The good people from Searchin, 2 of them sitting in the front row, and you're tireless. Oh yeah, and sorry, Nikki, yeah, I could see you at the back. I was kind of looking this way. I appreciate, and I also appreciate the Saunders Family Foundation for bringing this forward to us in a way that, what do we collectively do as a council to make something really happen? And I guess that's my ask.
So in some part, Councillor Pearson, the government is coming out of caretaker mode now. The new government is in place. The mandate letters have been, are now publicly available. We have a new health minister who comes from local government. So in some part, we were waiting for some decisions to be made that couldn't be made because of the caretaker mode. So that's where I think I hear you, because this has been a long time coming, and this is a very small file in the big file of work that we've been doing. It's just waiting for those pieces to roll forward. And now that we know we have the government, the minister, the staffing, and everything's starting to move, I'm optimistic that we'll make some headway. Councillor Beddoes.
Your worship, aren't we not going to discuss this in camera? It is an issue that should be in camera, and we have it on an agenda sometime in the near future, getting an update and some direction from us.
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
So I think it's kind of redundant to do it tonight when it has to be done.
Yeah, so
receive for info, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
okay, that's been moved by Councillor Beddoes to receive and seconded by Councillor McMath. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. I did say at the outset that around 10 o'clock, I would look to our staff to see if there were any items that are time sensitive at this point that we need to deal with, because we do need to go in camera.
The only required item remaining from the agenda is any AVIC resolutions that council would like to make.
Okay, so that would be item 11.8 is the time sensitive one. We've done one already. And then also 11.7 pulled by Councillor Pearson. And Councillor Beddoes, you had your hand up as well?
Yeah, I would like to look at 11.4. There's a letter that I find very disturbing, and I would like to speak to it. Councillor Pearson is set to bring it forward, and I prepared a few notes, so I'm concerned about that letter.
So we can deal with 11.4 and 11.7 and the 11.8 and 11.8 potentially. And then the rest will flow to the next scheduled meeting. Okay?
with with the presentation tonight by engineering, I think that we can take away, I'm willing to just get rid of that road classifications one. Because I think that's going to come in the near future. It's going to be clarified now. That's 11.6.
So you don't need so maybe you can just move to receive and file.
Yep.
Moved by Counselor Pearson, seconded by Counselor McMath, all in favor. That's carried unanimously. So that one's gone. Okay, so we'll carry on with a few. Counselor McMath?
We just heard from staff, we have one time sensitive piece and then the rest can wait. And I appreciate that it's alarming, but it's not time sensitive. So I'd rather continue with just 11.8.
Okay, well, I think it's just better just to stay the course because we're going to be debating this, like these two items.
We're at 10 o'clock at night here and we still have another meeting following this one.
Okay, so I will go to 11.7. And Counselor Beddoes, you'll need to save your comments for the next meeting. 11.7 is the one pulled by Counselor Pearson on an AVICC. So again, Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities, any resolution. Go ahead.
Okay, and this is based on a number of complaints that I receive about the well-being of pets. And I was wondering if I could make a motion to have a presentation by our fire chief on best practices for the district of Sooke, because currently you can buy fireworks.
Okay, so that's not time sensitive now. That's
No,
the
okay,
notice
right.
of
Yeah, never mind.
motion.
That's
So I'll ask that we receive, I thought maybe you wanted to add on to this. So at this
No,
point, I think
I'm
it would be to receive for information and then you could put a notice of motion forward.
I've already had, okay, sorry.
Go ahead, Counselor Beddoes.
11.4, is Counselor Pearson going to be at the next meeting to bring this forward? Because he brought it forward.
No, you're right.
11.4.
Okay. So let me just get this bouncing ball in my head. So on this one here, 11.7, I'd like to receive for information, please. Moved by Counselor Bateman and seconded by McMath. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Counselor Beddoes raises a point. The counselor who raised this is not going to be present for the next two regular meetings. So Counselor Beddoes, you have the floor.
Quite the contrary, I think Counselor Pearson has the floor. He brought this letter forward, and I'm interested to see, first of all, why he brought it forward. And the second is I'd like to comment on the content of the letter, because there's something there that got me a little bit upset. So I would like to answer to it.
Again,
Okay, Counselor Pearson. Because you're not at the next meeting.
We receive all types of letters all the time, and sometimes we have to bring forward some criticism of ourselves. I brought himself up, and I've done it for myself, and I will stand up. This was not meant to hurt anybody. It's another letter, another piece of communication. I'm perfectly fine to file this for information.
Okay, motion to receive for information by, I'll give you an opportunity, Counselor Pearson and seconded by Counselor St. Pierre. So it's received. Counselor Beddoes. Can you turn off your microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, I don't mind receiving it, but the thing is, there's something really glaringly wrong with it. I was sort of accused of being a double standard, that on Bill 44, I reject the density issues, which is not entirely true. I'm more dealing with the public hearings than it was the density. And then there's a reference to how I champion the density from the OCP. I just want to draw to this council's attention that the OCP was presented by a citizens committee. The citizens committee was appointed by this council, and the committee consulted with the community, and they came back with these density recommendations, which I okayed. So to say that I have a double standard when the province did not consult with anybody on Bill 44, did not consult with council, did not consult with the citizens, These are apples and oranges, and I take great offense to this letter saying that I have a double standard. Not true. Just
Thank-
want to make that for the public record, and I question why it was brought forward.
Okay.
I feel that that was brought forward for political reasons and not just to bring things to attention. So I'm annoyed by that, annoyed at the council.
Sorry,
for
point of
bringing it
order.
forward.
The whole point of this is that we are to be succinct in terms of the limited time that we have left. And so if you're going to reference that this is a political action thing, you could say that you're doing the same thing right now. It's not time sensitive, it's not pertinent. It can be filed, it can be included with the OCP notes, but this should be the end of this conversation.
I'm okay. I've said my piece now. I think it's pretty clear that the OCP committee made that recommendation about the density, and I fully support it.
Okay, thank you. So the motion has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, so the remaining pieces, which is our, 11.5, will go to the next meeting. And at this point, I'll ask that, and also we had nothing removed from consent as well as council verbal reports. Councillor Pearson, you're away, so perhaps if there's anything that you would wish to highlight, please email it to us. I'd be happy to read it out for you. And at this point, I'd like to adjourn the open portion of tonight's meeting.
We're waiting to see if you have any more AVIC resolutions.
Oh, sorry, the AVIC resolutions, no. No, there was just the one, and then the others, just to allow more time, it'll go to UBCM. Okay, thank you everyone in the gallery for staying with us tonight. It's a bit cold out there, so drive home safely, and thank you so much for your presence tonight and your comments earlier. So a motion